All right, what's up, everyone? This is just gonna be an open hangout here. We're just gonna just talk about whatever comes on mind, whatever comes up. Let's see, we have a Christian anarchist here. We have General Han Solo here. Have Brother Matthew here, Brother Neo Cloud here, and yeah, that's pretty much what it's gonna be. So whoever wants to bring something up first, feel free. The floor is yours.
You put us on the spot. Spotlight is on.
If nobody have anything to talk about, then I'll just kind of bring up a random topic, whatever comes to my mind.
Well, we were discussing the flood a moment
And I
ago.
actually just got
Yeah,
doing a debate on that with a metal minister.
Oh yeah, what was y'all talking about with the flood thing?
We was discussing the two positions on it. The debate was which was what was the biblical flood? Was it global or was it local? And I was taking the local position, and minister was taking the global position.
Yeah, I'm not really too privy to that debate, so I really can't speak on it either way. But I definitely would like to hear what y'all have to say about it.
I was I was talking to General about that, and when you think about the landmass being one basically back then, uh, you could say it was a local flood. Still, and be accurate.
Hmm.
I mean, the whole world is together in one landmass. Was somebody talking? Again,
Mm-mm.
okay. Yeah, the whole Earth being water besides the landmass, the one landmass. You know, open mind would see that it could be just a local. I mean, local but global in their time. Same thing.
Hmm. Well, I don't know much about the one landmass thing. I don't know. General's more researched into this than I was for the topic, so he might be able to answer something about that.
Yeah, I don't. Generally, there might have stepped away.
Yeah, no, I'm here. What was your question?
Christian, you want to say it?
Yeah,
But
yeah. Sorry about that. I'm also scrolling around a bit on my page. Yeah, the Matthew brought up something about the. Of course, it could be considered a local flood because it was all one uh, landmass. All of Earth was in one landmass. I didn't know if I mean there were other
Oh,
continents.
right. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, well, Pangea broke apart 200 million years ago. So by the time Noah comes on the scene, which estimates are that he existed 40,000 years ago, or 48,000 years ago, around the time the Neanderthals became extinct, which interestingly coincides with the Nephilim hybridization that was taking place, because there is such a thing as interbreeding between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. So yeah, so the flood would have happened roughly 40,000 years ago. Some have tried to propose a Black Sea deluge, which is dated to 15,000 years ago. But a 2012 study showed that that's probably not possible. It could be related to more of the Mesopotamian region. And also another thing is that the Ice Age ended around 42, 48,000 years ago. So around the same time the Neanderthals went extinct. So that means 48,000 years ago, the continents that we know today um, was already in existence at that time, which means it could not all have been one massive landmass. And so,
You trust
yeah,
man's timing.
the flood has to be local. Like if you're talking the entire globe, planet Earth, globally flooded, as far as a physics context, like it's impossible. So, yeah.
I mean, not too long ago we became on. I mean, not to be confrontational, but not too long we were uh, just now starting to own land. Now we think we can date the Earth. And not that's an argument towards that.
Um,
And date
we
the
can we
inner
can
working.
confidently date the Earth. So there's no problem with that.
I mean, you don't think man's tools on dating this Earth could be flawed?
Not really, because you have, say, like Lord Kelvin. They did not know about radiometric isotope and decay rates of certain radioactive isotopes. So all he did was he knew the size of the Earth, he knew and he estimated the volume of the Earth, and he did a simple. Hang on a second. Tetra, can you mute yourself?
Welcome, Tetrahedron. Welcome to the room, man.
Okay. So he knew that if the Earth is the size that it is, and just from a simple thermodynamic equilibrium calculation, so for example, a hot glass of coffee has a certain volume, and therefore you can calculate how long it'll take to cool down, for example. Or you can calculate, say, the accumulation of certain particles, like maybe the sugar that you've added in, and how it dissolves in the liquid. So Kelvin and a few other guys, before radioisotopes were discovered, they calculated the salt accumulation in the oceans, and they also calculated the warmth of the Earth. So, like, they didn't know that volcanoes were caused by radiation and radioisotopes in the core. They just thought it was once really hot and now it's cooling down. And so their calculation came down to about 10 million to between 10 and 100 million years old for the Earth, and that's actually an accurate estimate if you're only dealing with the size of a body and the thermodynamic cooling of whatever's in the Earth. When you start to include things like uranium, thorium, and potassium decay rates, then by default you have to now say that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, 4.57. Because it takes the half-life of uranium-238 is that 4.57 billion. Because the stable, because uranium ultimately decays into lead, and so the time it takes to do that is 4.57 billion years. So now that we have a parent and daughter ratio of the two, we can now go, yes, the Earth is indeed that old because we have both the lead product. If we didn't have any lead products, then we wouldn't be that old. So the fact that we have lead products means it is that old. And the fact that we still have uranium means that it's that young. So young, when I say young, I mean 4 billion years young. Otherwise, everything would turn into lead. So, yeah.
Nobody else wants to say nothing?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, it's no matter how you put it, it's still assumptions based on extrapolations of the numbers. I mean, it's, regardless, you can't do empirical tests and say emphatically the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. And also, I mean, they've had instances of carbon dating where they found a dog bone and said it was 3 million years old, and they found out it was 200 years old. So I mean, if you say it's the best evidence we have right now, then yes. But to say emphatically this is empirically, absolutely 4.5 billion years old, I mean that's, you know,
It just goes back to the issue of uniformitarianism, just assuming things will be consistent all the time over a long period of time, and that's not really something we can empirically test or assess.
Well, I beg to differ because the practices that they have in judging how old something is, you don't just include a very young fossil in a very old deposit and then say, oh, look, there's a contradiction. Because the fossil obviously is very recent, but the deposit is very old. And then you have a mix. So it's not just uniformitarianism and catastrophism, it's actually both.
What about the seal thing? Do you guys trust the seal test? That what was his name? Kent. What was his name? Well, I forgot his name. But anyways, it's on his website, and a seal died, and it was carbon dated like 15,000 years old. But it died today, like that day.
Yeah, so you see carbon-14 is absorbed into living organisms. And
okay, so
that seal was enriched with carbon. So that's a faulty date. You don't date things. One half-life of carbon-14 is 5,730 years. So you need an accumulated half of the parent into daughter to even have an accurate estimate as to how old that object is. If you have an enrichment of carbon, the calibration goes off the chart. And one of the classic example is the nuclear testing after World War II in the Pacific, when they were exploding those nuclear bombs and testing the durability of those ships and how they would withstand the nuclear attacks. Because of those nuclear tests, it disrupted the balance of carbon and nitrogen in the atmosphere. And so archaeologists today have to take that into account to calibrate their carbon dating of things like, say, the Dead Sea Scrolls. And so now, and the interesting thing about that calibration is that these things are actually older than predicted. So that means it's the case.
You were just breaking up at the end.
Yeah, even on my end, you were breaking up too.
Repeat the last.
Am I still breaking up?
You were, yeah. Now you're not.
Okay, so I think it's a godsend that we have this tool, because then we can really
Hey man, you might want to reset yourself because you're still breaking up.
Yeah. Okay. CA's gone. I don't know. What do you think, Antonio?
Yeah, I agree with the tetrahedron. I think there's many assumptions that have to be made when you're dealing with the age of the Earth. I mean, I'm not saying the universe is like young or necessarily young or old, but when you are talking about dating methods, there are a lot of things that necessarily have to be assumed, and there are so many variables that you have to consider. And I don't really think there's any one solid way to kind of confine those things without considering the level of error that can come in between those things and may, throw off the dating methods more or less.
Yes, I mean, like, because with carbon dating, I know you have to assume that. I think that you have to assume the amount of carbon in Earth's atmosphere remain constant, basically. I'm not too familiar with like radioactive decay or radio dating, but I think you wouldn't you wouldn't be able to account for the amount of radiation like that would be able to speed up the decay, basically. Like, I'm sure if you tried to test something like in a nuclear site that has been affected by some type of nuclear reactor, if it would give you accurate dates. But I mean, you have radiation comes in all types of forms, so there could have been some type of radiation in the past, basically. How do you account for that, or even radiation from the sun? So.
Hmm. Yeah. A lot of stuff going on. Weather.
Yeah. But it's not so much the science I don't trust. It's the nature of the science. Like, you see them try to do things in the past. They try to work things into a theory, and they filter the evidence if it doesn't fit, or retest things that don't give them the right dates. I mean, you factor that's mainly what I factor in. It's the nature of what they're trying to do.
Welcome to the room, brother Philip.
How you doing, man?
Not too bad. It's just an open hangout here. Talk about whatever you feel. Right now, there's just a discussion, the age of the Earth, uniformitarianism, and dating methods, things like that.
I was trying to get into Veckel's chat room, but there was no link to the chat room. But I saw you were on, so I thought I would join you.
Not too bad. It's just an open Sounds good, man. Good to have you here. Right now,
So what's up?
Discussion, the age of the Earth. Well, yeah, this like I said, we're just talking. It's just an open hangout, but at this current point in the conversation, we're just discussion uniformitarianism, dating methods, age of the Earth, things like that.
Unitarianism.
Good to have you here. Uniformitarianism.
Uniformitarianism.
Yeah.
Philip, you need to mute the broadcast.
Hold on.
So tetrahedron. Check out. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Tetrahedron.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually a pretty cool
Can you hear me now?
science article. So tetrahedron. Check out. Can you wait, Philip?
1 second. Philip, do you got the broadcast going on another tab?
No, I just X'd out of one tab and just got on the other.
Yeah, if you are in the live feed right here in the actual hangout, all you gotta do is just mute the YouTube video.
All right, I just X'd out of it. It should be fine now. Sorry about that.
It's all good, man.
All right.
Yeah. So tetrahedron, check out that link. It's we're able now to literally 0.001%, which is very accurate. We can predict now the Earth to be 4.5662 plus or minus 0.0001 billion years, and that's just led to lead dating alone. And so I'd advise you check that out. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, man.
So what's the current topic right now?
Global flood, local flood, and age of the Earth.
Age of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, I have no personal stake in the age of the Earth. I don't really think it matters either way whether the Earth is only 6,000 to 10,000 years old or whether it's a few billion years old. I've never seen anything that really, hits me in the way of it's a salvation issue. So
Nah,
it don't really. I really don't really care how it goes either way, honestly.
yeah,
I personally think the Earth is much older than 6,000 years old. I mean, I think the Earth is like over 6 billion years old, and we know the universe is about 13.7 billion years. So, and we have fossil evidence of dinosaurs, and they've been extinct for about 25 billion years. I think that's how it goes.
but they don't even carbon date dinosaurs.
No.
Nah,
Although I have no stake or particularly super hard interest in the age of Earth, I wouldn't necessarily say it's like 13 billion years old though either.
No, 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 no. That's for our universe. I think our Earth is about 6 billion scientifically.
and I would stand on the side where I can't tell you the age of the Earth. I don't think I could.
It's just an estimate. Nobody knows the exact number.
Yeah,
How Earth,
Yeah, that's how I feel with Matthew. Me, I don't really think there's any real cold hard way to say honestly.
there's a lot of weather, the earthquakes, things going on, volcano, lava coming up, maybe, over and over again over a few, however long you say, replacing stuff, rebuilding. I don't know. How do you, how can you tell the age of the earth? Man, that's, not to get all excited, but man, how can you think you know the age of the earth?
Yeah, and not only that, they say that Earth's magnetic field is fading basically. So if you try to extrapolate that back, 4.5 billions of years, I mean, it's either way too strong or it just does the numbers just don't add up. Either it would have been way too strong for anything to exist, or it would have already have disintegrated to where we don't have any magnetic field at all.
I one time took a geology class, and they say rocks are billions of years old, so I have to go somewhere in the billions, like in terms of how old the Earth is.
Well, what about the flood? Like, are all of you global flood?
I don't know how long ago the flood occurred, but I believe it happened around that area where Noah was living, and I know that the Ark is said to have rested on Mount Ararat, which is in Turkey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
believe
but
there
you,
was a
you believe
global
that
flood.
the entire globe was flooded?
Well, the whole world, but there is some geological evidence that a flood did occur. But of course, that's always in debate for among archaeologists.
As far as I can tell, if I have the correct interpretation of scripture, I like to think there was a global flood, but then again, I haven't really looked into the issue that deeply. So, I mean, it's something I have to look into a little bit more.
My guess is like when the flood happened, I think all the countries of the world were once known as Pangea, so I guess it happened like around that point in time.
Yeah, but Pangea goes back 200 million years, and as
Yeah,
I
the
explained to Matthew, that doesn't really work.
No.
yeah, yeah. I believe there's around 400 different flood myths from all these different cultures. Basically, they all have their own flood myths, and so there's a lot of evidence.
The interesting thing about these flood myths is that none of them actually advocate a global flood.
I wouldn't
It's
say
only
none of them. They all say different things, and some of them speak in different allegories, and it's a
Yeah, most of them are Semitic in origin. So when I look at the Enuma Elish, the Gilgamesh epic, they only speak of a local vicinity of the flooding this area because that's the only area that they know. And even the Bible says the same thing um, in two different places.
How long ago was how long ago was it that we discovered basically time, or when did we start? Uh, was it the Mayans or what that we started using the calendar, or was it the Romans?
I would consider the Sumerian the Sumerians to be the ones who started all of that.
Yeah, it's still debatable. I mean, some people say Sumerians, some people say Egyptians. Um, so it's still up for debate.
Mm.
Can I get an opinion from you guys? Um, I take this part of Genesis, like the creation. It says the earth was created in 6 days. I mean, when people think 6 days, they think 6 24-hour period days. But how long is a day to God? I know that He can make a day as long as He wants or as short as He wants. But in your opinion, how long is a day to God?
That's
Well,
from the age of the Earth. Not really. My bad.
well, it really comes down to the debates that were taking place in the early church. So it's interesting to know that the Bible is the only book that speaks of the dimension of time having a finite property, and that it's not an eternal property. So guys like Augustine would argue with the Greek scientists of his day because they would say the universe is eternal, and the gods come out of time, not time out of God. And Augustine would argue, no, God is the one who creates time. So that means the creation and the process of creation simultaneously constitutes time. But God is transcendent to that. So therefore, the days of creation would constitute a period of time when He goes from chaos to order 6 different times. So Yom, therefore, is not a 24-hour period because God doesn't need 24 hours for these specific sets of creation events. He just has to create, and it takes time for the laws of nature to do its thing so that whatever that needs to come about comes about. And so that's how I look at the days of creation.
So you have no estimate of how long a day is to God, or is it just? I mean, it's not that important, um, but somebody
Well,
said
the
that
estimate would be like,
the days are metaphorical, so it could be as however God would want it to be if He's all powerful.
yeah, it to me, so like the phrase "a day is like 1,000 years." That's actually so the reason why they have 1,000 years there and not say a million years or billions of years is because, again, a Semitic language is limited to the mathematical vocabulary. So, for example, in Revelation, you'll see things like, and there were myriads of angels without number. There were upon tens of thousands of people in heaven. Um, so the phrase "a day is like 1,000 years" is basically to say that God is outside time, and therefore He can constitute an infinity amount of years or a single second. That means you have the variance can be quadrillions upon quadrillions of years down to like a nanosecond or even less than that. And God is always in control of that. So, yeah.
But imagine, no matter
Yeah,
how long the time was, it must have been short to God because He's infinite.
yeah.
So
Well, I would say, I mean, because it says he gave to us the stars, for signs and wonders, and basically the ancient Hebrews, they used the calendar, the moon as a calendar basically. So I mean, I would say the day would be the same as our day basically. Um, the new moon's a new month. 12 new moons is a year. So I mean, so a lot of ancient people follow the calendar like that. So
yeah. It's funny when it comes to Native Americans, if they're going to be referring to the past, they refer to like months ago as many moons ago, and I just think that's pretty funny and interesting, just the way they talk.
yeah, I just think it's odd. People say, I mean, everybody has their own. I mean, I don't have a. To me, it's not particularly important how long a day is. But if you believe God could do all this, but yet when it comes down to if he actually did it in a literal 7 days, like no, that sounds kind of funny to me. No, I don't think I can. My belief can't go that far. But yet he can do all this, but yet, you know, that's what I don't get. But not that I'm advocating for that. Either way, whether there was 1,000 years or it's literal 1 day, doesn't make a difference to me.
But this is one topic that atheists like to ridicule us for in terms of placing our faith into God and the biblical account.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
And Philip, I actually interacted with the atheists, and to their surprise, I showed them that look, yeah, the science does say billions of years, and therefore, if you look at the structure of the Hebrew in Genesis 1, it actually fits. It fits 100% with science, and therefore you have no argument to now refute Genesis because voila, I've just shown that it fits the scientific model, and so I believe that that Christians shouldn't fear to actually venture into uh, um, a legitimate interpretation of Genesis from a pure Hebrew stance, and therefore there is no there should be no worry from the ridicules from the atheists because there is an answer, there is a solution.
I mean, 100% is kind of stretching it as a number for me, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying 100% with science. It's like, well, who's doing the science? Because a different scientist may not say 100% matches up with science, and it's only arbitrary numbers that we're trying to apply to something. I mean, next 40 years from now, we may figure out that that's not the truth. Just like 40 years ago, there's a lot of things that changed.
But
I think the main facets of science. So yeah, you're right that there are minor theoretical details that will always be refined over time, and hence become more and more better understood. But I'm talking about the macro details, so like the really large-scale facts of life that cannot be exchanged for another theory. So like general relativity is now proven to 15 place the decimal. It is a fact. Things like that. So that means the Big Bang, the details of the Big Bang, there's 15 different details that you can't ignore. It's fact. And guess what? That coincides with the biblical account. And so, also the creation of the earth and its initial conditions, that's a fact. That coincides with verse 2 of Genesis. It's things like that 40 years from now, even 500 years from now, I know that won't change. We may have a better understanding of those conditions, but those conditions will always be the same thing taught. So yeah.
Do you consider the Big Bang to be a supernatural event?
Yes. Yeah.
Me too.
In fact, it has to be. In fact, Lawrence Krauss. I have snippet clips of Lawrence Krauss avoiding the question as to dynamics and motion before the Big Bang. And he goes, I don't care, about the dynamics, because you need time to have motion and dynamics. But guess what? There was no time. There was time simultaneously came with the creation. So that means you can't then have a universe come from nothing by itself. It has to come from something. And that something has to be intelligent and therefore God.
And let me play a devil's advocate here, General. Why does it have to be necessitated by an intelligence? Here's the thing. Because they would say that with all the evidence and arguments that they give, none of them seems to necessitate a creator or an intelligent agent of any sort whatsoever. So how would you respond to what they say?
Wait, can you repeat that again?
The result of what we see, like when you speak of like the Big Bang, just about all the arguments atheists give, they say that none of it necessitates an agency behind it for the initial conditions. So, playing devil's advocate, what would you say to an atheist that would tell you that none of it requires an agency of some sort behind it?
Yeah, so what they're getting at is uh, what we currently observe as we get closer and closer to that epoch, that singularity, basically, that from nothing, bang, this universe comes to be. So we can go back as far as what's called the Planck epoch, and at that epoch, you have your four fundamental laws of nature appearing. So that's the strong and weak nuclear forces, then electromagnetism and gravity, and it's really hot. There's a lot of energy involved, and and then and Lawrence Krauss added a further hypothesis that just like you have virtual particles coming in and out of existence, so right now in the atomic structure of your cells, like literally in a carbon atom or any atom, within the nucleus of those atoms, you have virtual particles popping in and out of existence, and they're smaller than a quark. So these are really tiny things just coming in and out of existence. So then Lawrence Krauss proposes that, okay, you have these initial conditions. Well, because we have this fact of life that virtual particles come in and out of existence, surely then the universe can just pop into existence. But the problem with his calculation is that the larger the mass of an object that comes in and out of existence, the faster it has to snap back to non-existence. And guess what? The size of the universe, so never mind a virtual particle, but or never mind, say, the size of an atom, but the size of the entire universe is gigantic. It's huge. So when you do the calculation, the snapback time is 10 to the negative 120 seconds. That is so small that there's no instrument to even measure that time frame. It's stupendously small. So basically all they have then is just a theoretical model that somehow, when the universe came into existence, that it didn't snap back. It just kept growing. And I would argue the only way it can grow is you have this agent that's pushing the universe out. And that's the whole notion of the word bara in Genesis 1. In the beginning, God barad the universe. So you have divine agency forcing this thing to come into existence with a lot of energy and with a fine-tuning parameter of 10 to 120. Like it's just ridiculous. And so there's a lot of astronomers that actually believe in God because of this. It's just that you have the minority who want to hold on to the hypothesis that I've just shared alongside things like multiverse. Because if you have a multiverse, then it's quite likely that a universe like ours will pop into existence, even though there's other universes out there. But then you have to even prove that there are other universes out there.
Welcome to the room,
and on it goes, basically.
And welcome to the room, Xander.
Yeah, I think if there's a multiverse, they would all still require a creator to create all of them. It's like when I think of the Big Bang in my own head, I can envision that space at one point was all a void, completely empty. But science says that matter and energy came together and exploded. But the question is, where did all the matter and energy came from? And that's why I believe that God put it there, and just had an influence of how the Big Bang occurred.
I would use William Lane Craig's argument, which
Yeah, it's called
makes,
the
The interesting
kilometers.
thing about the interesting thing about the multiverse is that there is a astrophysicist named Jeff Zwerig who wrote a book titled "Who's Afraid of the Multiverse," arguing that even though there's no empirical evidence for a multiverse, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say that there is a multiverse, that would still coincide with the biblical. Hang on, I'm getting feedback. That would still coincide with the biblical notion of multi levels of existence. So, like the angels exist in a certain dimension, God exists in a certain, So, a multiverse would constitute again a biblical outlook of reality in a nutshell.
I would appeal to William Lane Craig's argument, and I think it makes perfect sense. In our experience, we don't just see things popping into existence ex nihilo by with nothing and by nothing. If the universe could come into existence by nothing, then why don't we see any and everything just coming into the universe or into existence by nothing?
Yeah, one time Dr. William Lane Craig had this debate with some atheist. I forget his name, but I still think it's here on YouTube. But even the atheist said that he doesn't believe that things just pop into existence. And the topic of things popping into existence makes me think of abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is nothing more than a hypothesis, and I'm pretty sure that scientists have studied the abiogenesis, and they say it's very, 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 very unlikely for it to happen or occur. So right now, I mean, some people would like to call it a theory, but it's really less than a theory. It's a hypothesis. Hello?
I mean, I think the evidence is hard to refute, if not impossible to refute, that nothing has no potential to do anything. Nothing is not anything anything is. So it has no creative or causal capabilities whatsoever. Um, let's see, we have a few more people in here.
How many people can fit in a chat room? Do you know?
10.
10?
Multi Superfits, you muted me, man, and this is my hangout, man. I'm not sure why you muted me, man. I was about to say welcome to the room.
It was an accident?
Are you there, Multi Superfits? He left. Well, anyway, those of you who just came into the room, welcome.
Thank you.
What do you think about this age of the Earth thing, or the initial cause of the universe, or what's your views on that, Nathan?
I think well, what do you believe in?
You said, what do I believe in?
Yeah.
I believe that the initial cause of the universe was by God.
That makes sense. I believe that.
Yeah, we were talking that there are some people that believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, but everybody has their own estimate of how old the Earth really is. I previously said that I think it's over 6 billion years old because I once took a geology class and I learned that rocks are like billions of years old. So I guess that the Earth is somewhere in the billions.
I would agree with that. I think it's somewhere in the billions.
And it's said that the universe is about 13.7 billion years old. So we're just talking about the long cosmological argument, the Big Bang, and how the Earth came to be, and etc. We also talked about how long a day is to God, metaphorically, or things that are both supposed to be taken literal, symbolic, and metaphorical in terms of reading the Bible.
Hey, multi supervids. They say that you probably didn't mean to mute me, and if that was the case, I apologize. In any case, welcome to the room, and yeah.
And the only other thing that we did talk about a little bit was William Lane Craig, the apologetic.
Yeah, I just use this argument, and I think it makes perfect sense. If the universe could come into being from nothing and by nothing, then why can't just any and everything come into existence from nothing and by nothing?
I mean, I think it's more logical to believe that a life created another life. In terms of God, He's infinite, so He's always been around. He's had no beginning and He's had no end. So I consider Him to be the life force that sprung life into existence. It makes more sense for a life to create another life instead of a non-life creating life.
Yeah. Would you say is evidence of a design evidence of that there's a designer? Because I know we were having this discussion of the atheist chat the other day.
No.
Yeah,
I would say more than likely, yes.
I mean, we can't prove it scientifically, but we do believe that there is a God.
I think we have abductive reasoning as the inference to the best explanation that things which appear to be designed were more than likely designed by some sort of agent.
I've seen God. That's why I believe him.
You've seen what? I'm sorry, you said you saw what?
What?
I think I've seen God. That's why I believe in God.
That's
Can
incredible.
you go more into detail?
I've lived my life and I've seen many signs, you know.
Oh, so you never had like an out of body experience or something like that?
I definitely had that, but
You did? Whoops.
Dude, he ran away.
Something happened.
I don't think he ran. I mean,
Yeah,
Google
Google
Plus is just goofy.
That was
Someone just said
that was really disrespectful. That was so disrespectful.
What was disrespectful?
you tried, but you just.
Nathan was being disrespectful.
Why was he being disrespectful? He didn't
He was,
say
he,
anything.
I think he
Yeah,
was.
dude.
I think he was. I think he was laughing.
and then
Oh,
left.
you think he was mocking?
Yeah.
I don't think he was really trying to be disrespectful, honestly.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna say something like that and then not give an explanation, then it's kind of trolling.
The
Oh,
laugh.
I thought he was being legit at first. I didn't even catch that.
Well, I'm just saying the fact that he just bounced or didn't finish what he was saying.
Maybe it was an accident.
The
It could have been. Yeah.
I'm having issues with the Hangout. Maybe it's same for him.
Yeah, I didn't sense any trolling from him at all. I don't really know what everyone else is thinking.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
Sincere story of how he thinks God interacted with him. I think he said that he had like an out of body experience. I was curious to know about that, but he said he's saw like other signs, like just venturing through life.
Really?
We should try to get him back in here.
Well, he's more than welcome to come back at any time. I didn't kick him out the room.
Yeah, Google's kind of complex, and it's like I just bought a new laptop, but for some reason I can't log into like one of these chat rooms through Windows 10. or Internet Explorer, I should say, and I found a loophole by using Mozilla Firefox. So that's the only way for me to get into one of these.
He's back.
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Himself.
I'm sorry about that.
It's all good, man. Welcome back to the room, man.
So go tell us about your story. We're curious.
Well, in all seriousness, though, my one of my friend's aunts was in surgery once, and when she was like, or no, yeah, she was in surgery, and she like died for a little bit, but then they brought her back, and apparently, like she claimed to have seen God, and apparently he's a black comedian. That's what she said. I'm not even joking. I'm not sure if she actually saw that, but
No.
He's definitely trolling.
So you didn't see it yourself. It was your aunt.
I think
Yes,
Xander's a
yes.
troll.
Well, I mean, here's the deal, Nathan. If you're gonna be trolling my room, man, you can't. You're not welcome here.
No. I'm dead serious. She said that. That's why I said I don't think I believe her, but like that she legit said that.
So you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be careful here. You know.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Okay.
But if you
For
think,
right now, I believe you.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
A
but if you
black
think about
comedian.
it, God is all powerful. He could appear however he wants. You know, he could appear as a white
Amen.
person, black person. You guys want to hear a funny Joel Osteen joke?
Yes.
Well,
I'm curious to hear your joke.
all right, here it goes. There were these two Christian friends. They were best friends, but throughout their whole lives, they debated about Jesus' ethnicity. One swore that that Jesus was white, and the other one swore that Jesus was black. And then they coincidentally both died at the same time, and they met up with St. Peter at the pearly gates. So one of them asked St. Peter, "Look, Peter, we've been debating about this our whole entire life. What was Jesus' ethnicity?" And then Jesus like comes up from behind them, and he's like, "Buenos dias." You get it?
That's funny.
Also, it wasn't black or white. He was Hispanic the entire time.
He was something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But I got that from Joel Osteen, but I thought I would share it.
It's a little funny, but because Hispanic is not really a ethnicity per se, you know.
Or it could be Spanish, you know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more of a nationality, I think. If I'm even getting that right, I could be dead wrong. I tend to mix ethnicities and
'cause,
nationalities.
I mean, you could be black Hispanic, you know, and so I mean, you could be a lot of different types of Hispanics. So you know.
I know that Mexico is pretty diverse. You know, you have like all kinds of hybrids of people living in Mexico. You know, like ever since the Spanish got on the shores of Mexico, they interbreeded with the indigenous, and then they brought like African Americans with them as well. So like,
You said African Americans. Oh, you mean
they brought them. The Spanish brought them with them as slaves. But
no, I get that, but you said African Americans. Africans.
I'm sorry, African Americans. My apologies. But you know what I meant.
Yeah, I know you meant Africans, but that was funny.
Right.
So they just taking us everywhere.
I have no qualms with the African American term.
What is up with this
but,
Matthew kid?
I don't really know, but as I was about to say, I have no qualms per se with the African American term, but I was born here in America. Okay, we don't see people typically who are like Caucasians referred to as like Irish American or
I'm part Irish.
Swedish American or anything like that. They just
I'm Swedish.
they just call them Americans. You know, I don't understand why there's this kind of thing to refer to blacks as African Americans. when they don't refer to any other race in that sort of way.
Hey, so I have a genuine question for you.
What's up?
So what are your thoughts on homosexuality?
In what context? Like gay marriage or homosexuality in
Uh,
general?
in general, it doesn't have to be doesn't have to be actual marriage. Like even just a man loving another man, a woman loving another woman,
Butt
stuff
sex.
like
Well, as a Christian, homosexuality is not consistent with my beliefs. So,
that. So
and
you're saying that you would probably be against it then?
yes, I would have to be.
I
But
agree with what it says in the Bible. I think if you're homosexual, then you should be killed.
hold on, wait. Before we even get that far in the conversation, I'd like to finish what I was saying.
The man is
Um,
trolling, man.
We got two trolls in here.
Trolling hard.
all right, he's gone.
I mean, he could, I don't know.
He's gone.
Who's gone? Oh,
But I'm saying I think he had a buddy. I could be wrong.
I think he has a buddy too in here.
But I
I
was
mean, I did suspect he was a
Right
troll,
there.
but
I was kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, I did call it though, you guys. I did call it. Way.
as I was gonna say here,
Multi's trolling too, I think.
is
laughing at this guy.
Calling you out. Think you're trolling.
all right.
Yeah.
Troll!
No, I'm laughing
All
at
right.
this guy.
Laughing at who?
Look at that. Do you even see Matthew?
Okay,
You fucking nigger! I
Does
swear
anybody
to
else
fucking
kick?
God, I'm gonna
Oh.
Oh, that Matthew.
Oh.
That troll there. Okay.
oh, he lucky he
See, I told
left.
you.
that was
He
fucked up.
lucky. He lucky he left before I ejected him.
Here, I have a second question.
Yeah, I wasn't even finished explaining myself, just dealing with these stupid trolls.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, let Antonio speak.
Yeah,
But-
okay.
But like I was about to say, I think it's no different than any other type of sexual sin when you talking about adultery or fornication or any types of things like that. Now, I do not hate homosexuals, and I'm no more innocent than they are because it says if you've even hated your brother in your heart, then you're a murderer in your own heart. So I am no more better or worse than they are. So I don't hate homosexuals.
Amen.
I just disagree with what they do. Just
I
like
see.
I disagree with any other sin.
And so do you think that I'm sorry, I don't ask this much. So
God never calls us to judge homosexuals. Good point, Antonio. We never judge or kill or
not
hurt.
everybody.
so do you think homosexuals are allowed to be Christians, or do you think that no?
I will say this. I think if someone is like a new convert, I think it's possible for someone to be ignorant and a homosexual, but God worked them, out their homosexuality. But I don't think it's possible for someone to start to get knowledge of what uh, God wants in their life, being gay and to stay gay. I
See.
think there's
Yeah.
possibility of temporal ignorance and him working out of that, so to speak. But to be clearly just flat out gay after you have the knowledge and the awareness of where God wants you, I don't think that's possible or consistent with Christianity.
I see. So basically,
So no.
so if someone was a homosexual and wanted to become Christian, so over time would God work the homosexuality out of them?
Well,
I believe it's definitely
It could
possible.
be. I mean,
Yes.
it could be just like
Why?
any other sin, like masturbation. What else? Drug use, violence of anger,
I'll
uh,
never touch a drug.
being prideful,
Yeah.
hateful. All of that stuff is just the same as working, working one out of homosexuality. I would suppose, like they could still mess up and go have
But,
homosexual sex and be it's just as bad as one of us getting angry at a brother.
but I will say this: I don't believe in.
But it is an abomination before the Lord.
I will say this though: I don't believe in hating homosexuals. I don't believe in uh, putting them in jail. I don't believe in imprisoning them. Whatever they do in their own private homes is their business. Um, and I'm not going to like monitor them 24/7 and them trying to be on this you can't be gay stuff and forcibly control their actions or anything like that. So I'm not on that type of thing or anything like that. Neither, but again, I think Matthew's absolutely right. We treat it like any other sin. Like um, we can't live in any of our sins whatsoever. Like just habitually and legitimately consider ourselves Christians.
I see. Interesting. I'll be right back. I just need to go grab something to eat.
All right, man.
Good way to explain it, Antonio. People think that Christians are out to like just hunt down people, stalk them, stalk down the neighbor, and wait for their death, and they went to hell, fags, blah blah blah. Is that what people paint us as now? It's not like that at all, and
It
we're
really isn't, man.
there's no hatred towards any brother. We just you know we live life, and we can't take control of somebody's life, and who are
We're,
we to judge?
I
You
mean, we're
know,
going to be sinners till
unless
the
we're judging the church. Let me add that. I think if we judge the church, yeah, you can exile somebody out of the
Oh
church
shit.
for practicing and stuff like that. Sleep with someone's
Okay.
wife. You
Hey,
know,
Stevie Smith, turn your camera on because if you're another troll, you're getting booted out of here. We've had several trolls in here already.
That's not a way to treat a woman.
we don't.
No, I know her. She's not a troll. This is unexpected, but she's not a troll.
Okay, well, yeah, it wasn't nothing personal against you. It was just that we were dealing with a number of different trolls in here, and you just kind of happened to be in the crossfire when you came in here. But if you're not a troll, welcome to the room, and I'm glad to have you with us.
You have to understand, asking a random girl to turn on their camera might be a bit creepy.
No, he didn't ask her to turn on
No,
the camera, did he?
I would ask everybody who I think are trolls to turn their cameras on.
All right.
And so I can see their face because you're not gonna troll in my room and not see who you are because that just shows you're a coward.
I don't even have a camera.
Well, I
Yeah.
know who you are, so that's
Yeah,
different. I don't
yeah.
know who they are, and they're trolling. If you ain't trolling my room, then I won't necessarily make you turn your camera on. But if I don't know you, you're sitting here trolling in my room, I will ask you to turn your camera on and show your face.
It's probably better to, well, not to correct you or nothing, but I would say just to ask them to, speak or something. Say something about the topic. I don't know, but a
Well,
lot
I,
of people
I,
don't.
I feel you.
A lot of people. I mean,
There's
just
more than
for
one way to
future.
go about it. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't have cameras on They just use that icon.
Or yeah, if they don't have a camera, like talk or like do something to make it very clear that you're not a troll. I don't think
Yeah,
Stevie Smith here is a troll. Nothing has given me that indication, but
yeah.
for those other clowns, yeah, I'm gonna
Hey,
ask for some sort of verification or something like that.
Antonio, I didn't know you were so smart on that DNA and evolution stuff. That true empiricism. You know, you
Well, I've been doing a whole lot of independent study on my own, and I
uh,
wouldn't call myself an expert by any means, but
but you can hang
I'm
though.
oh absolutely. I,
Yeah,
I I have the basics down good enough to where I can definitely follow a conversation.
yeah. I don't have that.
So Um, but yeah, I can't really talk about it on a super technical level and like just like flat out debating evolutionists
Yeah.
just yet.
Like, like true.
But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not on his level yet to where I can just engage in a full-on debate. But I think I'm catching up.
Yeah, True's like a professor.
yeah. True's a genius, man.
Oh yeah, yeah, he
Self-taught.
is, man.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
not only that, I like him because he's quick and concise and straight to the point whenever he explains stuff. You know, he doesn't do all the extra stuff, which is
Yeah.
okay, but
I've been hanging out on YouTube for a couple of years now. Before I even met True, I used to watch some episodes of the Atheist Experience show, and basically all I ever heard atheists say is prove God," and if people would call in and try to give them explanations of why they think God exists, but they're like, "That's not proof," and blah, blah, blah. But finally we found something that we could um, uh, do, like turn the tables on the atheists by questioning them about evolution. Can it be demonstrated and things like that? So it was true empiricism that brought to light to my attention, and it's true. I mean, evolution cannot be demonstrated. I mean, most scientists can do is explain what they think happened, but that doesn't really show us anything. All it is just a theory, and there's a difference between a theory and a fact, and a theory can be debunked.
Did you know that some guy said that you shouldn't even debate a creationist? What was it, Bill Nye that said that?
I don't know.
They didn't
yeah,
expect us to have such a strong argument.
yeah, because he said it gives them credibility or something, or
Oh,
gives us credibility, I should say.
oh, okay. Maybe it was my connection. I thought he stopped talking or something.
Uh,
Yeah, it said my connection had temporal difficulty, so I didn't really hear what he had said.
Are you
who?
talking about me?
Philip?
Yeah.
Where was I? Yeah, I mean, for many years, I used to watch the Experience show. I was never an atheist, but people would call into that show and try to give guys like Matt Dillahunty reasons why they think God exists. But then Matt Dillahunty would always say something like, "That's not proof or evidence that your God exists." But however, they do side with evolution. And when I stumbled upon True Empiricism's YouTube channel, it did bring it to my attention that evolution cannot be demonstrated. I mean, the most scientists can do is basically use a chart and explain what they think happened or the progression of evolution, but that really doesn't mean that it's true. And there's a difference between a fact and a scientific theory. A theory can be debunked while a fact can't be. Did you hear me that time?
Yeah. I thought someone else was going to weigh in, but I agree.
So
Yeah, and
that's the story about True Empiricism. So I just subscribed to his channel, and then about a couple of months ago, decided to develop the courage to actually show my face to the world through True Empiricism's voice chat.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really care if people see my face or know my real name. I ain't afraid of no man on this earth, okay? And the thing is, um, Truth Brew, are you Are you a troll?
He just left.
I'm
Oh,
not a
Why?
troll.
Hang on. Can I ask, like, why are you so paranoid about trolls? From what I remember, we had one person come in and was messing around. From what I've seen.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want this to turn into a room to where people can just come in here and just do what they want. Because trolls like to harass and they like to
I
disrupt
think
the
you're
flow of
getting
the
really over
conversation.
paranoid. If I was a
That's
troll,
not what I asked either. But
I would have done a lot worse if I was a troll.
Bro,
I'm
brother,
Look,
not a troll.
this. Go ahead, Matthew.
Antonio's new to Hangouts, guys. I know you are, ain't you? Like, you just started holding Hangouts not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so get a lot of faces probably, and after being trolled, who can blame them?
Yeah, I'm not.
Alright.
It's nothing. It's nothing personal. It's just a precaution. That's all.
Alright.
This Truth Brood guy seems quite intelligent, so I don't think he's a troll.
But
I think he's pretty dumb.
All right, we can move along.
But other than that, man, welcome to the room.
Hey,
We were talking about true empiricism and stuff.
Is that a
is
troll?
is he? No, he's the guy that got featured on
Oh, yeah.
Drunken Peasants.
uh,
oh yeah, I'm subscribed to him. He's cool.
they probably featured the wrong guy there, cause, well, what did they say about him?
I don't know. They just debated him, and
Oh, okay, that's cool.
He threw a smackdown.
yeah.
Oh, they threw a smackdown on True, you think?
On FamFam here. Oh, we're talking about two different things. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, Neff said this. He said, man, the evolutionists, they didn't expect Christians and creationists to have such a strong rebuttal to go against this stuff that they bring up.
I mean,
And there's
like,
a lot of
Wait.
it's kind of unfair to say that. Like, of course, Christians have a strong rebuttal because everything that's like written in the Bible just like rebuts everything that atheists say, because it's the same reason why there's different interpretations of Christianity, and why one person can have God agree with them but not agree with another person, but then the other person it's vice versa. I believe God is like, it seems like a way, and I'm just saying this as an atheist, call me ignorant if you want, but it just seems as a way for you to like project your views onto somebody, and then, so I don't know.
Well, here's the
views. Hold on.
right, and here's the thing. Yeah, not only that, Matthew, we gotta ask the question: who's projecting the views? And also, there is nobody who is not subject to projecting their views on others.
Yeah, I know. I think
He didn't say that. He was stating just in general.
Right.
Yeah,
I understand that. I was just kind of putting that out there, just
Yeah, that's a key word though. Like projecting views. No one's projecting views or trying to make someone live the way they live.
Alright.
Wait, you're saying nobody? It's not true.
I mean, when you say
There's like various religions that do that.
There is different people with different interpretations that take things to a threshold where they're living by Old Testament and or whatever you want to call it. But majority of Christians, aren't projecting their views. They'll bring up God a lot. It might be something that people don't like. They'll bring up God a lot. But hey, what's that hurting you? They're just saying thank God or bless you.
Yeah, generally Christians aren't going into people's homes and putting a gun to their heads and forcing them to believe or die. It's not happening.
Yeah, Christian extremism is quite, like, not as, widespread as, say, Muslim extremism. Not to go, like, on a touchy subject or anything, but...
You're right. I would agree with you 100%.
Hey, are you from the UK?
Yep.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about. Most of us are Americans. We don't care. You know. I know the UK is super
What?
PC.
Yeah, I hear it.
No, it's not.
I hear there ain't much,
No, it isn't.
a lot of atheists over
Yo,
there.
yo, yo.
I'm pretty sure like a majority of people in the UK are like against I'm not sure if I'm gonna pronounce this properly, but like Sharia law. Yeah, a majority of people in the UK are against that, unless they're Muslims, obviously.
Well, I mean, they're a democratic republic. Of course, they're against
Yeah, true.
theocracy. Yeah.
That's a shame you even gotta say that law. It uh, it's a shame that people are even imposing like that on people, you know. And this kid is growing up in this world, and people are dead serious about that, and they will kill you for it. You know, it's pretty scary when you think about it. And I don't know, man.
The thing with some Christians too is that sometimes it could actually be wolves in sheep clothing. You know, it's like take Timothy McVeigh for example. Like when he was alive, he thought of himself as a Christian, but can a Christian really do the things that they do if they take matters in their own hands, like certain Christian terrorists? I'm not don't get me wrong. I'm not saying a lot of Christians are like that. I mean, very few are, but it's a possibility that a person who calls himself a Christian could try to do something so devastating and so horrific. But it's like it comes to question if that person who calls himself a Christian is really a Christian in a spiritual sense.
But if they call themselves a Christian and follow the words of the Bible, they're more of a Christian than anybody who like doesn't murder and doesn't disobey the Bible. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with say like ISIS and Muslims. Whether or not you are a terrorist and you do things that like harm your religion, you're still a member of that religion regardless. It's just kind of like a no true Scotsman argument right there.
What do you mean?
Well,
Here's the thing about the no true Scotsman's argument. Like when someone says someone isn't a real Christian, it cannot be compared to the no true Scotsman's fallacy in this way. Um, a Scotsman is a nationality. Okay, so let me finish.
What?
Scotsman is a nationality. Okay, so it doesn't really matter how you act or whatever. It's a nationality, okay? Whether you act like more of what's perceived to be a Scotsman or not, you're still going to be a Scotsman by way of the fact that it's just a nationality. Now, with Christianity, there is a certain way that we have to act on according to the standard of Jesus Christ and biblical principles. If we don't act according to that standard Christ set for us, then necessarily we cannot be a Christian. So the nationality of a Scotsman cannot be compared to what's required of us having to act like a Christian to be one.
No, I'm just saying like
yeah, it's not a literal comparison. It's basically describing an informal fallacy. It's just a saying basically.
Yeah, what this guy's saying.
What's required to be a Christian is how you act. What's required to be a Scotsman has nothing to do with acting at all.
I'm not legitimately like comparing you to a Scotsman. I'm just saying like
That's what the thing's called.
it's
I'm aware of the fallacy. I'm just saying that it doesn't apply to when people say that whether someone is a true Christian or not. It's not a no true Scotsman's fallacy when that's used.
yeah, but
If
can you just apply
understand,
that to? Oh, sorry to interrupt, but can you just apply that to anybody that sort of smears your views? Because then it's just kind of like making out Christianity to be this perfect thing when there are members of Christianity with radical views. It's the exact same as any other religion. There are radicals in every single organization.
Well, I
And
can't.
there's no real to say. Yeah, I suppose it is kind of incomparable, and if that's like what you're talking about, it is sort of incomparable to a Scotsman, because a Scotsman has a hierarchy, whereas Christianity, besides the Pope, which is like a different branch of Christianity to say like, Protestants, there's no real hierarchy to say like currently what is wrong and what is right for the Christians to do. So you can't really
No, the
say.
standard of Christianity is Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Full stop. Period.
and I would say in Protestantism or or Judeo Christianity, what separates them from like the Catholic Church is the Pope is the higher authority, whereas us we look towards the Bible. And of course, you can have people who have different interpretations or translations, but ultimately it's the Word of God that we look to as the ultimate authority.
And going back to what you were saying about couldn't other people use the same kind of reasoning in their views? Well, here's the thing. I don't argue for those views. I only argue for the Christian worldview. If other people want to defend their views, then they have to defend them. They may or may not be able to use the same reasoning, but I'm telling you what the Bible teaches what a Christian is, and I'm defending my view based on what I know Christianity to be, not defending other views. It is up to them
Alright,
to
yeah,
provide
but
the
like,
arguments to defend their views as to whether they would be using the no true Scotsman's fallacy or not.
I don't know. I'm kind of trying to think of a rebuttal here.
Yeah.
I believe that like what you're saying is right to a certain extent. Like what?
Oh,
I mean, it's like you sort of like I get the general gist of what you're saying, but whether or not their views are radical and derived from the Bible or not, it's still you're still following certain paths of the Bible, and that sort of makes you a Christian, doesn't it? I mean, like, think about it. Isn't that what like no, because like
well,
in Islam, it's like let's just use this as a comparison. In Islam, it says like death to all apostates. I've not done my full like research on the Quran yet, so I can't say. But in Islam, it says death to all apostates. Yet not all Islamists, or so I should call them. I don't know.
Muslim.
Not all Muslims believe that all apostates should like be killed. It's the same with Christianity. There's certain verses that Christians believe in, and it's like I know that you're defending your views here, but we're talking about Christianity as a whole.
Let me
Hey,
ask you
Truth,
something.
can I
Go
say?
ahead, Matthew, and then I'm going to ask Truthful a question after you go.
All right, Truth. The difference. This is gonna be quick. The difference between a true Christian, in my eyes, is a Christian will only go to war if they have that Ark of the Covenant present with proof, fact, evidence that God is saying to do this. The difference between the other things with the terrorism and all that stuff, these men are following men that are claiming to have some premonition of something, without any proof of God telling them to do something. So how do you how do you stand against that? It's man doing the evil, not the
Wait,
go ahead.
I just
okay,
want.
just like I could be misunderstanding, but it just like couldn't the other end you could argue like let's say this was turned around and the Muslims would see like Christians like supposedly saying like oh we heard from God to attack or whatever they would see it as the same way you just described them.
No,
They were just false premonitions or
I'm
whatever.
I'm
It's not
defending
really a
I'm defending Christianity. Christianity is a different thing, my friend, and it's the true thing. We won't we won't be going to war unless God is present. That's how I feel on the situation. I won't be
yeah.
going to war unless God is present in the Ark of the Covenant. I'm talking about real stuff. that you can witness with your eyes. Okay,
And
I'm
I
not
can't witness with my eyes that
witness
God
with
is
your
present.
eyes that this is the okay. If you walk up to the Ark of the Covenant and you try to touch it, you'll get destroyed. Type of proof here that this is God leading this battle. Or since you're the one saying that this is from God, go up and touch the Ark of the Covenant. You get what I'm saying?
But
Get up and get up and touch the Ark of the Covenant before we go do this holy war. Not no I seen in my dream type of stuff here.
let me ask you a question, Truth Blood. If
alright.
someone tells you they're a fireman, right, but they've never had any kind of training, they were never hired by any such government agency, and they they were actually asked questions by someone who is a fireman, and they could not even answer them. They could not tell you what to do on a fire, how to deal with bringing people out of burning buildings and whatnot. If someone told you that they were a fireman but failed all sorts of tests that would be to test if they were a fireman, would you still think that they were actually a fireman?
No.
Right. So there are certain actions that you have to be and you have to actually carry out to actually be a fireman, right?
I don't know what you're like connecting this to in the argument. Like
Yeah, like
it's
I know this is an analogy, but I'm just like waiting for the point
yeah,
here.
the analogy's
The
like kind
point
of
the point is this. You do not just claim that you're something. If there are certain actions and things that are required for you to be something, then you have then if you don't engage in said actions or back those things up, then you cannot claim to be what you're claiming to be. If there are certain actions and whatnot and certain training things that are required for you to be a fireman, you cannot back all that up, then you cannot claim you're a fireman. And in the same way, with Christianity, there are certain actions and things that you have to do and act in consistent accordance with biblical principles. And if you don't do those things or act in that fashion, then you can't not call yourself a Christian.
If we
right.
if
I
the
get your
behavior
point,
like if
but
the let me say this real quick. If the like my boy said this, if a chicken thief uh if a chicken thief was to proclaim to be changed into a Christian, okay? If he was to say, okay, I asked God in my heart to do this for me, and I'm saved now. But the next time you see the chicken thief, he opens up the door and says, "Hey, you say, hey, how's it going?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing much. Still, still chicken thieving. Everything's going good. There's no sign of change. This man he is oblivious to the sin. How's he oblivious to the sin? That's what
Uh,
Antonio's talking about.
Yeah, just,
Or
that didn't clear it up at all. I'm
that doesn't
still
make sense.
confused as fuck.
That
yeah, I
doesn't make
agree.
sense. Okay, if you run into a cowboy that's an outlaw, all right, cowboy that's an outlaw murdering with the gang, and then he finds Christ, he's not gonna continue to ride with that gang. Does that make sense? And mass
That's
murder
right.
people.
That's
Yeah,
right.
the base, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, what does this have to do with anything? Like what we were talking about?
Yeah, I don't really
Because you're
Like
trying
know.
to
the last
trying
three
to
analogies I perfectly understood, but I don't really see how this connects at all to what we were talking about.
he was trying to claim something about Christian terrorism being the same to something like Muslims, and you can smear. Yeah, of course you can have people smearing, trying to smear by using that. I don't know how or why they would do that. Smear the name of God and say that they should kill or bomb the Oklahoma City.
Well,
What?
it's
What?
easy. It's easy to say that oh yeah, if you don't completely agree with any of this. If you don't follow every single word in this book, then you're not a true Christian. And I'm pretty sure that would eliminate a high majority of Christians if and sure, it would just remain, or it would just leave all the true Christians behind. But some of the rules in the Bible, dare I say, are quite taboo.
Well,
I don't know.
I would say,
And yeah, the whole Old Testament argument is still there, where it's oh yeah, well that's the Old Testament, but society has advanced in the past few years, in the past few thousand years since the New Testament was written as well.
Go ahead, Tetrahedron, after he's done, and then I have another question for Truth Blood.
All right.
Yeah, I was gonna just say real quick, as far as the Old Testament goes, are you familiar with the Bible? I mean, were you raised in church? Do you know Bible stories or anything?
Yeah. I'm not 100% familiar, but I'm
Okay.
quite knowledgeable.
So do you know what, as far as, do you believe Christians just don't follow the Old Testament because they just ignore it, or what's your stake on that?
No, I don't I don't know why.
Okay. So basically, the Old Testament was basically like a placeholder, because the ancient Hebrews, they always were waiting for the prophecy. They knew that someone was coming, basically, to fulfill this prophecy, basically. So the Old Testament and all the laws they had was laws for purification, basically, because they walked with God. They literally had God walking with them in the temple, basically. So they had to have these purification laws. That's why they had all these different laws, basically. But once Jesus came, he became the ultimate sacrifice. But let me just, long story short, the main point I want to get to, because I know a lot of people I talk to run into this, they say Christians just don't follow the Old Testament because it's no longer politically correct or something. The story of Jesus and the harlot, basically, the people brought the harlot to Jesus, and you know what they said to her? They said, according to the laws of Abraham, this woman should be stoned. And then Jesus told them and said, he who was without sin cast the first stone, basically. And that kind of just summarizes, basically, the difference and the contrast between the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Alright. But it's easy to just write it off as a placeholder, but it's still a part of, it's still quite a large part of Christianity's existence.
Yeah.
Whether it's a placeholder or not, you can't deny its existence and how much of a big place it does hold in Christianity.
No, I don't deny its existence. I mean, it's pertinent to certainly understanding, God and His people, basically. So I mean, definitely.
Here's the thing: when people want to use things like the Old Testament and saying that Christians are not following the Old Testament or whatnot, a lot of ways that they live and have experienced and have come to know in the real world, they don't argue consistently with the Bible. Like, for example, what I mean by that is this: in human society, things have changed many times throughout history. Certain conditions of the world have changed, and certain things in the past were naturally put behind to line up in accordance with the current age, so to speak. So, what we can derive from that is this: to say that, humans don't live like they did, like, say, 100 years ago or 200 years ago, but, if they have a certain type of respect for the past or whatever, yet they don't live the same way they did 100 or 200 years ago, then there's nothing wrong with that. They don't have to live the same way they did 100 or 200 years ago. They have a certain respect for the past and where they originally came from, but they don't have to live the same way because the conditions changed over time. But here's the thing: when Jesus came and fulfilled the prophecy, and we were under grace and under the new covenant, the conditions then changed, so we weren't under the law. You see, they would try to impugn Christians by Jesus coming with the by Jesus coming and what he did, which changed the conditions on how we live and how sin is well, sin is still sin, but how we live to deal with sin was fulfilled. The certain conditions were no longer valid. They would try to impugn Christians by saying we no longer follow the Old Testament, but they won't do the same thing for themselves when conditions change over time and are no longer necessary for them to live like they did 100 or 200 years ago. So I don't buy a valid argument to say that Christians are not to follow certain laws in the Old Testament. I don't see that as a valid argument to make. When even if you're not a Christian, you don't do the same thing generally you did 100 or 200 years ago either. So
Yeah, but like the Old Testament and the New Testament are placed like in like terms of a timeline in like the space of history. They're very close together, and as an argument against the existence of God, and I know it may seem a bit of off topic here, but I just wanna put this out here for like future reference in the debate, just in case I forget it in like later. It's kind of weird, and this is probably something that's been said like a million times, but it's kind of weird how God has only given like documentation of himself in a time where where the only form of documentation were like stories and such. It's like
Word of mouth and writing.
yeah, word of mouth. I'm not gonna believe word of mouth or a book that was made like thousands of years ago.
okay, then let me ask you a question then.
Keep on,
Um,
keep on,
the
keep on
the
living, little guy.
yes, the evidence. Have you heard of Alexander the Great, man?
Yeah.
The evidences of Alexander the Great didn't come till about around 300 to 500 years after his death. Yet um, no serious historical scholar denies that he lived. Yet we can see that the evidences of Jesus Christ after his passing from this earth were dated within a lot less time than that. Like they say, the earliest writings were dated within like 10 years after he passed from this earth. So if you're going to look at things like the past, and you're talking about a big amount of time to try to impugn certain things in history or impugn the Bible or whatever, then why don't you impugn Alexander the Great by the same standard?
Because there's actually like more evidence than merely books to say that Alexander the Great existed. There's statues and there's monuments and there's not just word of mouth and one book.
But
there's multiple books.
But it's false.
I don't deny. I don't think he means like he completely denies the existence of Christ. It's the fact of like the divinity of it or not.
But it's
like I think is what he's trying to say. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
It's absolutely false to say that biblical origins and Jesus Christ and things like that are just by word of mouth. That's absolutely false.
Yeah,
there's extra references to Jesus.
Go ahead, Tetrahedron.
I was gonna say real quick. I mean, you got the Dead Sea Scrolls. You got 981 different texts basically discovered in 1946, basically, and they date back all the way to 300 A.D. The oldest, the 300. It was estimated between 300 A.D. and 400 B.C. basically. So you got 981 texts basically, and they're pieces, and then they place them together. I mean, you got writing goes all the way back to the time of Sumerians and the ancient Egyptians, man. And there's then they also found a bunch more in Egypt and even Ethiopia. So I mean, you got plenty of evidence.
there's extra biblical evidence for Jesus too. I mean, Tacitus wrote about Jesus. I mean, he was a Roman historian, and he wasn't a believer in Jesus in terms of
That's right.
God, but at least he recognizes him as a living, breathing person because he wrote in his annuals that he was prosecuted under Pontius Pilate, and there was also the other
Josephus, yeah.
Yeah, Josephus, and who was also no fan of Jesus whatsoever. Pliny the Younger, and there's a ton of extra biblical evidence. And what a lot of people don't realize is that what constructs what is the Bible today is 66 books. The Bible is actually 66 books, not one. And the what constructs the Bible today is made of historical documents themselves. The Bible itself is literally a collection of historical documents, and a lot of people don't realize that.
And I'd like to add that almost all historians believe that Jesus existed, with the exception of two atheist historians, which are Richard Carrier and one individual. I forget his first name, but his last name is Fitzgerald. But those are like the only two historians that I know of that don't believe in the existence of Jesus. But 99% of the historians in the world believe that Jesus existed as a man, at least.
And I should also note that one that I believe he's an agnostic. Bart Ehrman is also a historian. He is no fan of Jesus whatsoever. In fact, he doesn't even believe that Jesus resurrected. But he does not deny whatsoever the historical accuracy of the life of Jesus Christ. He absolutely does not deny that at all.
I've not said at all that I don't believe Jesus existed.
I was gonna say, like, we went off on this tangent after Truth asked about like modern technology documentation, but whatever.
Well, we were just talking about historicity of the Bible and things like this.
Yeah. The Bible is historically accurate, and I'm not going to deny it is very historically accurate. But like, I just can't bring myself to believe it because yeah, sure, it isn't just more than word of mouth, and I correct myself on that. But like, how am I supposed to bring myself to believe something that says a man was resurrected, which scientifically has been proven impossible? The only thing I can really believe about the Bible is that Jesus Christ was a man that existed. I don't know.
There's plenty of outside sources outside of the Bible that obviously say, you know, he was a religious teacher and whatnot. Like, we're not denying that.
Okay, yeah. What about James, the brother of Jesus, being killed in Rome as historical fact, and he was the church leader, a Christian church leader. And you think a man would still follow behind a Messiah that did not resurrect and be the leader in the church?
Exactly. And go ahead, Tetrahedron.
Willing to die?
This is what I would say which separates Protestant Christianity from a lot of other religions, basically. It's because we believe by faith. So basically, if you go to a lot of the churches and a lot of people, the reason why they're not swayed by like scientific or atheist people coming at them, because they don't base their belief so much on their pastor or their church or this or that, or they base it on their personal relationship with God and the Bible, basically, when they have that personal spiritual connection, basically. So I mean, a lot of it is like, see, we as Christians think it's a theological debate where we gotta out-discuss you or outdo you, basically. But if you really believe in God, then you leave that up to God, basically. So if anybody who truly has questions about God, I just tell them, you just pray to God and ask Him to show you the truth, basically, because it's not something that I can, you know, try to outmaster you and outwit you. You know, that's the wrong way to go about it. But it's about establishing that connection, and that's why so many people, they walk and that they're strong in their beliefs in God. People don't understand. It's not in that church they believe. It's not in that pastor, that preacher, or that book, or that scholar. You know, it's in that personal spiritual connection, you know, with their Savior. So.
And here's the thing about Jesus and his deity. Either he was who he claimed to be, and if he was who he claimed to be, then it cannot be denied that he absolutely rose from the dead, and that his deity exists, and that he was who he claimed to be, with performing miracles and all this other stuff. So either he was who he claimed to be, or he was by far the most polarizing, fanatical, historical figure of all time. Either he was super crazy, fanatical, most historical figure of all time, or he was who he claimed to be. And you cannot get around the consistent eyewitness accounts of claiming to have seen him after his death. You cannot get around the consistent eyewitness accounts of the miracles he performed. You cannot get around the historical records of his disciple putting his hand in putting his finger in Jesus' hand and seeing him and saying, "Now that you have seen, now believe." There's just a lot of stuff that you cannot get around, and it would have been absolutely unlikely for this consistent eyewitness testimony to have been a huge hallucination.
I mean, yeah, it's unlikely, but it
Strong drugs.
could have happened.
Anyway, guys, I gotta go. But I just wanted to say that in terms of finding Jesus, the Bible instructs for people to seek him out, and you will eventually find him. And that's talking in a spiritual sense. So I'll just leave it at that and just say good night.
Absolutely.
All right, good night.
Thanks for coming, Philip. God bless,
Thanks,
man.
mate.
You're around.
But
You
I think
would have
somebody
to.
was talking about prayer earlier, and I think the whole concept of prayer kind of contradicts. It doesn't. It kind of contradict the fact of like God's plan. It's kind of like
Example.
the thing is, isn't God's plan the whole point to give humans free speech? The whole point is to give them free speech. So if God intervenes in what humans are doing, it's not free speech, but free will. It's taking away their free will in a sense, because like there's no way for God to intervene into a situation and then like have their free will still intact.
I think you have
He's still intervening. God is still intervening in your free will. So there's no way for God to come down and show me like. And I know I'm kind of contradicting myself here because I asked for proof earlier, but there's really like no way for God to be able to come down and show me proof if he does exist.
I think your analysis is predicated on a few false premises. Prayer isn't, some sort of magical master to genie type paradigm relationship. Prayer is simply speaking to God. That is it. It's not about asking for things like you ask a genie and then he grants your wish. That's not what prayer is.
Hey, give me the BMW, Lord. If none of that, none of this.
Well, no, like if you're praying for him to heal, like if you have a relative in the hospital, that's asking for something.
If it being
yes, but that's no different.
Plenty of people do that.
But that's no different.
How's it different?
But that's no different than you asking your fellow man to do something for you. The only difference is God has power that you don't have to do other things that is not in access to you. That's literally the only difference.
But you could say that with anything.
Why would it not be in access to me?
Because you don't have the power to bring somebody from the dead or to reverse somebody's like grow a limb, or to make a blind man see, or to to pick up somebody's ear off the ground and put it back on them when it was chopped off. You don't have the capabilities of doing
Well,
those
yeah.
such things that Jesus did.
It's easy to say that, and it's easy to say that no mortal has the power to do that, but then like I wouldn't really call it an inconsistency, but like how is God able to do these things but we aren't? It's like what? Hold on, I was just gonna like say something, but I kind of forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry.
It goes back to if you assume that what you experience in this existence is all there is and the only way to understand reality. If you assume that, then that kind of thing is going to lie outside your presuppositions, and it's going to be hard for you to entertain such an idea.
Yeah, let me go back to what he was saying earlier about why would God want us to pray to him because it would interfere with the free will.
Yep.
Basically, I mean, I think you kind of construed it because it's still your decision basically. So if you go all the way back to the story of Adam and Eve, basically, God walked with Adam and Eve basically, and he walked with them, but he gave them the free will. They still had the free will to make the decision basically. So God didn't force them to either not sin or to sin basically. Basically, he gave him a guide and gave him encouragement. So when I'm saying for you to pray to God, I'm not praying that God's going to automatically convince you to see the truth, but basically he can give whatever you need, basically whatever belief or whatever signs or something or understanding you may need, and then he could grant you that. And it's still up to you, still your decision to reject it or accept it, basically. You
And
know.
let me ask you this. Suppose there's just this really, really terrible crowd of people, right? And you are dealing with these individuals, and what how they interact with you can influence you to do these messed up things like these people do. Okay? If you allow yourself to be influenced by them, they can influence you, but what you do is still your own free choice. You see, a good crowd of people can influence you to do certain things, or a bad crowd of people can influence you to do certain things, but there's still yet your own free choices when you do said things. And in the same way, God can kind of influence, you know, have his presence influenced in our lives, but the things we do are still our own free decisions, even though God has sovereign influence in our lives.
Well, then that wouldn't be completely free if he's there providing influence, supposedly.
Yeah, I agree.
Say that again.
It wouldn't be. It
Which I
wouldn't
don't
really
really know
be
how
free
you would.
will if he's just there providing influence.
Well,
So
it's
wait a
I
minute.
mean, yeah, you can make the decision, but I don't know.
So
I'm trying to think of how to word this.
then what is then explain to me what is free will? Because you're always influenced. You know, you're influenced by your past, your history, and what you know. So I mean,
you mean to tell me if the wrong crowd influences you to do messed up stuff that you didn't make a free choice to do it?
either that's free will. There is no such thing as free will.
Yeah, but influence is still like making someone choose to do
Hold on, I'll be right
something.
back.
Well, who makes you do something? We're told to say no to drugs, to stay away from the wrong crowd and whatnot. If we don't adhere to sound advice to benefit us, then we have nobody to blame but ourselves. It goes down to personal responsibility. You have a choice you got to make in those things.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I can ask you right now: Are you influenced by your surroundings, your environment, and the culture you grew up in?
Depends on what you're talking about.
Just in general, just in general.
Sort of.
Okay, and do you have free will right now?
I'd say so.
Okay, there you go. You answered your own question.
Alright.
It goes back to what I said earlier. A lot of how we experience in our own lives is similar to how God interacts with our lives and what God does with us, but all of a sudden God is impugned because they're outside of his realm of understanding when many things that God does is not too much different than how we interact with each other in our human experience.
But like, it's bringing me back to the point, and it's really hard to word, but I understand what I'm saying. It's like, if God has to intervene, you're not fully discovering it freely by yourself. It's
You just
like,
answer. You
it's
just
like,
answer.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, there is a certain level of influence to where it may not be like 100 like percent, you know, just you alone. I mean, there's a part that's done by God, and then there's a part done by self. It's kind of a dual
it's
type
like,
of existence there.
obviously influence is completely different to like, it's completely different to like having free will, because you can still have free will and be influenced, from what I mean. But with like, were you not influenced by your parents and the culture that you grew up in to believe in the Bible and believe in Christianity and
Um,
such?
I
and
was.
in my Go ahead, Matthew, and then I'll answer.
I wasn't coerced or any which way into being a Christian. My mom and dad. I know it's different with everybody, but they they prayed in their heart. When I asked them when I was young and started to learn about faith, uh, I said, "Why don't you guys pray and stuff?" And they were like, "Son, we pray in our heart," and there was none more to the topic. And then I found out about Jesus through my own life unfolding and going to church with some other lady, which was free will as well. She never forced it on me. Like, hey, I'm going to church. Y'all want to come? And some of us would go. Some of us would say, "No, I'm gonna stay in the bed," and she'll just go to church. But one time I went. I said, "Hey, let me go," and I went, and words came to life from the pastor preaching the word, and everything made sense to me at that age. And I was 15, so I was the age where I could understand what's going on here. uh and I continued to go to church and sung in the choir and all that stuff on my own free will, basically.
Yeah, and in my story, I will say this: I was raised by Christian parents with a Christian background, but at the same time, my parents, made it very clear to me to ask questions and to test things and to make my own path in my life and to walk my own path in life. If um, based on the questions that I ask, directs me to other points, and ultimately, it's up to the choices that I make. I can ask questions about God. I can test certain aspects about my faith and about why I believe. I wasn't just, this blind follower of Jesus Christ. So I've seen so many things, even outside of my life, to compel me even more that Jesus Christ is the truth. Like, for example, I know a lot of atheists personally who did not grow up, in a Christian home. Some people grow up in a family who both their parents were atheists. So here's the thing: if you say, or you could have been born with an influence of Christians, well, the same argument could be if you had two parents who were atheists. So that's not really one argument you can really take anywhere.
Well, it's like,
Mhm.
the story of the Bible is like, it's like, it compels you to the Bible. Obviously, that's the whole point of it. It's supposed to make you a Christian. But
Well, it's
when you
supposed
when you're
to
using
get
when you're
you to
using the
submit to Jesus Christ. I would say absolutely that's his plan for um all, as
when you
many as possible to be saved. I would not
when
disagree.
when you're using the evidence in front of you, it's very hard. Like it's just like very hard to actually like understand like or whether not to be a Christian or like want to be a Christian because there is no actual evidence that God projects into the world. And I honestly, in the Bible it says that like if you're not a Christian, I may be wrong here, but like if you're not a Christian, you'll be like punished or something. In like if you're not a Christian by the time you die, you get punished in the afterworld. I think that's really unfair to like make somebody burn in hell for all eternity because they chose a different view when you allow them to have free will and you allow them to like you're creating a world where you don't provide any evidence
Well, you
but
said a number of
like
different things there. I want to, deal with the thing about evidence. I don't agree with your premise that there is no evidence. Like, here's the thing: it all comes down to what you think would be good evidence or not. I don't agree with your premise that there is no evidence. I think you agree just in this conversation alone that the Bible is very much historically accurate. You agreed in this conversation alone that there is no solid argument to deny that the historical Jesus existed. Those are two lines of evidence right there that you agreed to in this conversation alone.
okay, but
So to
this
say
still
that
doesn't
there is no evidence is just absolutely nonsense.
but
Yeah,
that still doesn't prove that God exists or that like
Well,
yeah Jesus existed
I've
and
returned.
it's been yeah Jesus did exist and it's been
well,
like
that's
it's
why
been
that's why I put
proven but like it's easy to say like sure I could like write a book about how like a banana was the prophet of the fruit bowl or something but then I could bring up some fruit that may not exist that I like may have just like made up and just say that that was what was commanding the banana the entire time and
well,
sure if the banana historically existed like I know this is a weird analogy, but sure, if the banana historically existed,
well,
that's a small bit of proof towards it. But then if you have absolutely like no proof whatsoever that the fruit that may not exist exists, then how are you supposed to believe it? It's sure I can bring myself to believe that Jesus existed because there's historical facts to back up that Jesus did exist, but there's nothing in history that like proves the existence of God.
well, if there's historical facts, then you can't just say that people just made it up, can you?
That's not what I'm trying to say though.
Right, but you did make a point about certain things being made up when you was arguing your position.
I said they may or may not have been made up. I'm not saying that God was 100% made up. I'm
Okay.
just saying like cause,
Uh,
because sure God could exist, but with the evidence that I'm given right now, there isn't any evidence.
Now, let me pose something to you. If you're dealing with um, an entity like a transcendent being, which could not be accessed by physical means, would you use physical means to access something which isn't physical?
What? How am I supposed to? The thing is, you can't access something if it isn't physical. It's like it's a contradiction right there. You can't.
Right. So wouldn't there be other ways you can access that? Like say historical evidence. Let's say
Okay,
things.
but like if it says it in a book, that's not like really proof.
I didn't
That's
say
more or
that.
less like
Well, I didn't
okay,
say
but that
that
like if
because
it's just historical evidence. Wouldn't that be something physical?
If it's a historical evidence, it would be historical documents that they were written on. The documents would be physical, but the information the historical evidence says is not physical. The information itself isn't physical. So, I don't really know where you're
Well,
going with that.
I could chime in here a bit, like kind of like you can't see the wind, but you can see the effects of the wind. So as far as God, basically, even though you can't necessarily see God, you could see the effects of God. I mean, as far as the if you look at the design of the universe and the stars, I mean, and the complexity, I mean, the moon. Did you know the moon actually spins around the Earth? Basically, we see the same side of the moon, basically, because it's spinning around the Earth at the same speed that it's moving.
Alright, so where are
So
you going with this? Because
yeah, basically, I mean, if you look at
Yeah, like,
the complexity of of everything around us, and then in the book of Genesis, we're created in the image of God. We're actually a fallen creation, basically. So I'm saying, basically, I'm just saying, even though you can't see God, if you look at, you could see the fingerprints of an intelligent design, basically. That doesn't necessarily prove God, but that does prove that there's an intelligent creator, basically.
And
no,
Can I make a comment?
yes,
yeah.
welcome to the room, Darwin. I would definitely like your input because I believe you'd be quite well versed on this particular subject. So go ahead,
Yeah.
Darwin.
Yeah. By the way, who owns the room?
Me. This is my hangout.
Okay, just to let you know, I have people who stalk me from room to room.
Oh,
And,
okay. I appreciate you letting me know. I'll
if,
be looking out for them.
and if they enter the room, I'll let you know who they are. Okay, because
I appreciate
what
it.
they try to do is disrupt any conversation that I have with anybody by just pretending to participate in the dialogue. All right, so just to let you know, heads up what's going
I
on.
appreciate it. Whoever you let me know are doing these sorts of things, I'll immediately kick him out the room. And
Okay,
I've
yeah,
also given Matthew my control too, so he'll be able to kick him out as well.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem if they weren't chronic stalkers. But what I think one of the participants was talking about was called evidentialism, pointing to evidences for God, and that's all. That's all well and good. Um, but you see, with the advent of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, um, people used to look at complex biological life and say, well, this is clearly designed. But when Darwin came along, he says, oh, no, we don't need a designer. We can have complex biological life through purely mechanistic forces. And because that has swept the globe, when you offer evidential arguments, such as the fine-tuning of the argument or the cosmological argument or other arguments that would point or suggest the existence of a creator, people just brush that off because their attitude is, well, we don't need no stinking creator because, we can explain our existence by purely mechanistic forces. Now, that's not the case, but this is the attitude and the problem when you present evidential arguments, because if someone is determined, has already made a decision in their mind, or has a presupposition that there is no God, when you present evidential arguments, they just write that off. You see the problem?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying here. But if there's not enough evidence to say that something exists, and like if there's not enough evidence to say something exists, you can write it off. There's more evidence to say that the Big Bang happened than to say.
Actually, no. Okay. When you say evidence, are you talking about an observation of some type of phenomenon, or are you talking about an inference following an observation?
I mean, I suppose I can't really talk about inference for I don't know.
The Big Bang cosmology.
It's a theory. It's a theory.
It's an inference. Okay, so a lot of times people are not careful. Sometimes they don't really know what we mean by evidence. Evidence means a lot of different things to different people. But let me ask you this question, okay? Are there not prerequisites for evidence, such as rationality and intelligibility, right? Don't we have to have that
Yeah.
first before there can be evidence? Okay, good. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm a fundamentalist evangelical. Now, if the Christian God exists as he's defined and described in the Bible, then he has created an orderly world, okay? Now, if that is the case, then there can be evidence for things because the Christian God has endowed us, whether we're believers or unbelievers, with a certain measure of rationality and intelligibility, and that we can know some things. But if that premise is rejected, and you maintain a skeptical worldview, either as an atheist or an agnostic, by what means can you demonstrate that it is the case that you have the necessary prerequisites for rationality?
There's no, like, the only reason I don't believe there is a creator is because there aren't enough things that trace that there is a creator. The Big Bang Theory, as it's described,
You're not even I don't mean to be rude, but
wait.
you're not even responding.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't
All
quite
right.
get the gist of
I'm
what you
gonna
were
make
saying.
I'm gonna make a quick comment here, and then you can finish your point,
Yeah,
Darwin.
I didn't mean to be rude.
No, you're not being rude.
Yeah,
I agree. I
I'm gonna make
wasn't
a quick
actually
point here. It's not just a matter of looking at what you would perceive as the lack of evidence for God's existence. There's a saying that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So basically, it's like this. You can't just say that there is an absence of evidence for God, therefore God does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
It's more, you would have to do something that's more than just say that there's an absence of evidence. You would have to couple that with positive evidence that God does not exist, not merely assert a lack of evidence. You have to have positive evidence that God does not exist on top of that. Now go ahead, Darwin.
Yeah, now there is an argument out there that says the only way there can be evidence for things is if there is a God like the one described in the Bible. Now, if somebody says, well, that's preposterous, then if you're taking a skeptical worldview, you're going to have to give an account of how you can derive evidence, have the necessary prerequisites for rationality by which you can arrive at evidence. Now, let me ask you this, Truth Blood, okay? Rationality is a prerequisite in order to arrive at evidence, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Now, in the skeptical worldview, it is not possible, given your finite limitations, to know in such a way that you cannot be wrong that there are absolutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, you would need a number of things to be absolute in order to have the prerequisites for rationality. For example, you would have to have the existence of some absolutes, because if there were no absolutes, then anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I don't think that you believe that anything could happen, right?
I mean, anything could happen with
Okay, good. Then that means there's no truth. Therefore, you have no evidence. You cannot. If anything can happen, then evidence doesn't exist. Because truth can change. Truth can change in a nanosecond if anything can happen.
Yeah,
but
and
if there are absolute, I'll just give me 10 more seconds.
No, I was just going to say real quick that changing truth is basically the same as no truth at all.
Yeah, I think you got to explain absolutes to them.
Okay.
Go ahead, Darwin.
Absolute would be something that exists that does not change, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now either one believes that anything can happen, or you don't believe that anything could happen. Now, I'm of the opinion, in my worldview as a Christian, that anything cannot happen. And the reason why is the God of the Bible is the absolute. Okay? But skeptics don't adopt that worldview. Okay? Now,
Yeah.
if you don't, and I'm just curious, is it your position that anything can happen, or is it your position that no, anything can happen?
As you've just stated, I do not have an absolute to rest on, so no. I believe that anything could happen.
Okay, good. Then
Anything natural that is within the current laws of our universe that we know could happen.
guess what? You have just contradicted yourself.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I
Okay, because
recognize that.
if you're going to talk about the laws of physics and chemistry, you are conveying a concept of certain absolutes, that there, for example, is a uniformity of nature. Now, if anything can happen, then there is no uniformity. Then this idea that there's a uniformity of nature or laws of physics and chemistry go out the window.
And that's why he was talking about intelligibility, and there would be no consistency in the uniformity of nature for you to base your premises on either. So you really would have no standard to go on. Go ahead, Darwin.
Yeah. So somebody who adopts a skeptic worldview. Now, don't get me wrong. I certainly believe that skeptics and atheists have the capacity to reason, but that is by virtue of the way in which the Christian God has created the world. Now, the skeptic will respond by saying, well, I don't buy that. I don't accept that. Well, that's fine. But it would be the case that you could reason whether or not you actually believe in the existence of God or the Christian God by virtue of the way the Christian God has constructed this world. But if you do not presuppose the Christian God as a skeptic, then you are not in a position to be able to state, when you're discussing things, that anything is true. You have no means whatsoever to state anything is actually true. You might say, I believe that's true, but you can't state that it is.
Wait, so you're saying that nothing is real within my, like, because, like...
No, I didn't say that. Like, for example, it could be the case that things are real. It could be the case that there are absolutes that exist in your worldview. But due to your finite limitations, you have no way to access or determine that that is the case. See, you're in a dilemma in your worldview. You want to presume that you have the necessary preconditions for rationality by which you can reason rationally that there is no God. But if there's no God, how can you state the case that the necessary preconditions for rationality exist?
Yeah,
For example, for example, truth, or is it? Oh, it's truth brute. Okay, you assume that your basic reasoning faculties are reliable, just like we all do, because there's no way to demonstrate that they're reliable. So you have to believe that your reasoning is reliable in an unjustified manner. There's no way for you to prove it. There's no evidence for you to point to.
Yeah, you want to deny absolutes, yet try to impugn our worldview based on absolutes that do not exist. You can't do that.
So if you're going to say, Truth Blood, I will not believe in God until I am presented evidence, then you're going to ask yourself, do you have any other beliefs that you hold to for which you don't have evidence? And are you being arbitrary in saying you won't believe in God because there's no evidence? But you don't have any. You don't have. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm being skeptical of the legitimacy of a God. I'm not saying there's 100% proof that there is no God, because it's a complete possibility.
Right, but you're still in the same situation. You could be an agnostic, and you have the same dilemma put before you.
Do you have any evidence there are no absolutes?
No.
No. What you should phrase the question: do you have evidence that there are absolutes?
Right.
From what I currently can infer, from what I can from what I know about the basics of, like, you know, the basic fundamentals of the universe, like, that from what I can infer, yes, like chemistry and,
No,
like,
so is
on Earth
evidence
and
an inference following an observation?
yeah, I guess.
Okay, good. Then there's evidence for God.
Yeah,
Bam.
I suppose. But like,
Well,
Then
wait a
don't
minute.
say there
I'm
is
still
no
not
evidence.
100%
Earlier?
sure.
Then don't
Didn't
say
you?
there
I'm
is
still
no
not
evidence for
100%
God.
sure.
Wait a minute. Earlier you said there's no evidence for God.
Yes,
Okay,
you
and you
did.
proved me wrong then.
Okay. So you see, this is why I said earlier that many people don't have a clearly defined idea of evidence. But that's okay, because even between people who have a common worldview, such as, let's say, for example, people who believe that the Bible is the Word of God that I do, we might disagree as to precisely what the definition of evidence is. But if you see, a lot of times people want to think of evidence as just making an observation, but there's a problem with that, because all observations are theory laden. We have a web of beliefs that we have from moment to moment. So when you make an observation, that's an optical experience from which you make certain reasonings based upon your web of beliefs. So evidence is not so quite clean and dry as some skeptics would have you believe. And here's another problem. When skeptics say there's no evidence for God, all I have to simply say is, okay, fine. What would the evidence for God necessarily be if God did exist that the skeptic says is absent?
Exactly, and since they deny absolutes, they have no basis in which to assess what evidence would be if there was such evidence.
Right.
Now, let's take another precondition for rationality. Now, I'm not suggesting truth brew, excuse me, that you're not rational. You certainly are coming across rational, but I believe that you're rational because it's an endowment by the creator of the universe. And part of rationality would depend on that there are fundamental laws of logic, right? Such as the law of identity, that A equals A, or the law of non-contradiction, that A cannot equal negative A, and that those principles are true at all times and all places. Now, some people object to this and saying, well, it would be incoherent to suggest otherwise. But all they're just appealing to is, well, I don't understand how that could be the case. Doesn't matter how we might not understand how it could be the case, because a toddler, E equals mc squared, is incoherent to a toddler.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Right.
So just because something may be seemingly incoherent or unintelligible to us at our intelligence level, we shouldn't be so, and I don't mean, when I say we, I don't mean the people in the room, I mean people from a skeptical outlook, have such a high opinion of our intelligence. Okay? So here's the thing. If the Christian God exists, as he's defined in the Bible defines him as being self-identical, that he is eternal, that his character quality and attributes are immutable. In other words, they don't change, right? And it also teaches that the Christian God always speaks the truth and that he cannot lie. That would be the essence of the law of non-contradiction. The Bible says that he has created a world which is consistent and congruent with what his nature is. And so you see, the laws of logic that we all intuitively believe in would be grounded in the very nature of God, not the universe. Because if you're going to say, oh, no, I don't believe in God, and I can ground the laws of logic in the universe, well, it might be the case that the laws of logic are universal, but how are you going to determine that that actually is the case? So you're going to have to be adopting that based upon the consistency of events around you But then you're going to have to extrapolate from that very small observation of events to all of the events in the universe and say all of the events in the universe are consistent with those that I see. Well, that cannot be substantiated. So you see, people who think that skepticism or atheism is of a very, very high rational caliber, it is not.
Right.
Have you ever had it put to you this way before?
No, actually, this is the first time I've ever like debated. So.
Now, here's another thing. For those of us from the Christian worldview, we are criticized on Google Hangouts and saying, well, how do you know this revelation is from God? And we respond by saying, because he said so. And then we hear people breaking out all the giggles and the laughter. They say, well, that's circular. And say, guess what? Everybody has a problem with circular reasoning, because you're going to have an ultimate authority or arbiter of what is the truth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, it's either going to be something like the Christian God, and if the Christian God exists, then by definition, the Christian God is the ultimate arbiter, and what he says is the truth about reality and about our existence. But if that is denied from a skeptic's point of view, to what do we point to as the ultimate arbiter of what reality actually is, as opposed to what we believe reality is?
We don't know yet. But
I
suppose.
Stop right there. You said yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that suggests that it is to come that you will know. The bottom line is, from a skeptic's point of view, unless it is revealed to you what the nature of reality is by an omniscient, omnipotent, always truth-speaking creator who actually does reveal certain things to you, either innately or through special revelation, then you will never yet determine what is actually the nature of reality.
Right. It's not possible for that moment to ever come.
It will never come. And the reason why is because one would have to be omniscient in order to determine what the actual nature. Now, you'll hear skeptics say all the time, well, according to reality, or according to this, and they're always they're making statements that have a truth value. And when they're confronted, they immediately backpedal and says, well, I believe it. Okay? But how would that go in an argument or in a debate all the time if I just said to you, well, I just believe this, I believe that? If nobody ever states that something is the case, then we're just going around, well, I believe the moon is made of green cheese. I believe men landed on the moon. I believe the earth is flat. I believe the earth is round.
And that's no different than us Christians say, well, we believe God exists, yet they deny that. But it's okay for them to say they believe that and it be credible. It's hypocrisy.
Now, one thing you have to take into consideration, Truth Brood, is the Christian worldview. And the Christian worldview tells us that God is a perfect and benevolent creator. He created this world. He declared everything good. And then he created free moral agents, such as the angels and mankind. But some of the angels and mankind rebelled, and there were certain consequences that happened, such as death and suffering, for the period of time that God is running history. And it states that we all know that God exists. But those of us who say that God does not exist or that we don't know it are suppressing that. It's kind of like the idea of self-deception. And self-deception is a well-known concept within even the field of psychology, that people practice this. And we're all acquainted with it. We all know that other people are guilty of it. We know that sometimes we ourselves are guilty of suppressing the truth, in order to make ourselves feel better or to believe something that we want to be truth. So it may very well be the case that we are suppressing the truth that God exists when we either deny that God exists or we say, I don't know. And the only way for us to actually realize that, according to the Bible, is to repent and come to God. Because short of repenting, then we can never come to a knowledge of the truth. Now, that's the Christian worldview. But you see, skeptics scorn at that. They profess themselves to be wise. But how can they be wise? How can they possess rationality when they cannot assert that it is the case that there is a uniformity of nature? The uniformity of nature is needed in order for our basic reasoning functions to be reliable. The uniformity of nature is necessary for your brain states to be reliable, so that your memory of the last 10 seconds of what somebody said is reliable, so that when you go to speak about what somebody says, that you're reliably recalling that. But you see, just observing consistencies around you in your day-to-day, that does not logically necessitate that there's a uniformity of nature. And somebody says, well, that's just ridiculous. We've sent a man to the moon. That's right. No amount of future consistency logically necessitates that it is the case that nature actually is uniform. Okay? So when somebody says, well, I have no other reason otherwise, in this case, it's begging the question. You know, suppose you and I were traveling across America and we're going through a very long state, and every house we pass is red. And we pass 2,000 houses. And I say, well, what color is the next house going to be? And the house 2001. We'll say, well, red. Well, is that conclusion logically necessitated? Because that's all we've ever seen are red houses? No, it doesn't. All right?
Yeah.
So there are big problems for skepticism. If one holds the skepticism, they are left in a state where they cannot rationally determine anything. But you see, that's at odds with the way people think. They say, wait a minute, that can't possibly be true because I am rational. And, you know, I get up in the morning, I take a shower, I go to work, I go to school. Yeah, well, there's a reason why you're rational. Maybe it's the fact that this world has been created by a God who has endowed us with the preconditions of rationality. But you
I'll
see,
put what he said another way. All we've ever, and in the same way that they've only seen those red houses, and would conclude the house 2001 would be red, but it's not necessitated. It's the same way they look at their everyday experience. They'll be like, well, all I've ever seen is the grass grow or the wind blow. All I've ever seen is this plane of existence. I've never seen a bush ablaze, which didn't actually burn the bush. I've never seen that.
let me ask you something, Truth Bud.
Yep.
What if tomorrow morning you woke up and there was a headline in all the online news sites that there was a man who was arrested, and he had gone, let's say, starting in Massachusetts, he bought one lottery ticket and he won the lottery there. Then he went to Connecticut and he won the lottery there. Then to New York. Then to Pennsylvania. And then he went to 15 other states and he won the lottery in every single state in the day that he arrived in that state. What would you conclude, Truth?
That what he did was possible. I would like.
Really? You would believe that you actually believe that?
Yeah.
Okay, what are the
Because
what are the odds? What are the odds of winning a lottery ticket of
very small.
One person in each state?
The odds are like really small, but the thing
Okay,
is,
good.
if he
So
did
in
do
each
it, then
state,
he did it.
Let's say the odds are 1 in for each state. Let's say it's 1 in 25 million, or let's say it's 1 in 15 million. It really doesn't matter, right? Well, then when you go to Massachusetts to Connecticut, do you know what you have to do in order to determine the odds?
What?
You have
no,
to
you have to times it by.
you have to multiply it. Now the improbability grows exponentially, right? Now here's the deal. Okay, people say, well, yeah, the odds are very rare, but somebody wins the lottery. But when somebody says that, they're not really actually thinking about the issue clearly, because there wasn't just one person buying a ticket. There were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in each given state who are purchasing the lottery tickets. And so when you factor in how many lottery tickets were actually purchased with the number of permutations, that completely changes what the odds are. Okay? So when we take this man who went from, let's say, 15 or 20 states and he wins a lottery, no normal rational person would actually conclude that he got lucky. People don't think that way.
I would say he cheated or something.
That's right. Most people will conclude that the best explanation is that there was human agency involved, where somebody rigged the system somehow and that he cheated. That when you have situations like that, when you have the most mind-boggling improbability matched up with what we would call a specified result rather than a non-specified result, people do not infer chance.
Right.
Okay?
It's not the fact that millions of people are playing and somebody has to win, but the fact that um, only one person, or with the fact that if you look at the one individual playing, that their chances of winning is overwhelmingly improbable. That's the issue.
So the issue is not a highly improbable event happening. We could find any number of events that we could say the odds of this particular event happening are astronomically improbable. But you see, that's not the same situation as the guy winning the lottery, because that particular event that is non-astronomical odds, that event is not specified. So let me give you an example. Suppose I were to deal you 5 cards in a poker hand, and I did that 1,000 times in a row. Every single one of the sequence of those hands would be highly improbable. Highly improbable. But there has to be some sequence of hand. So even though it was highly improbable things happen all the time. But it doesn't surprise us, because that's how we conceive of the nature of reality. But highly improbable events that are beyond an astronomical improbability, that meet a specificity for like functionality or meaningfulness, we don't infer chance. We infer agency. Now, I'll get to my point. I don't mean to be long-winded, but I think this is a good illustration.
I understand, like,
Now,
the gist of what you're saying.
Okay, so tomorrow, let's say tomorrow, here's another quick illustration. Tomorrow you wake up and you see in the news every single capital of every single country in the world, a meteor decimated those cities. Would you conclude that that was chance? Or would you conclude that that was some type of agency, either extraterrestrial or supernatural event? Well, everybody would. Okay? Now, if meteors hit just, let's say wiped out New York, but then let's say they wiped out, some small farm towns somewhere else, that would not have a specificity for meaning. So you see, when we have highly improbable events that meet something highly specified for, like I said, either functionality or meaningfulness, we always infer agency. Well, what does that have to do with the God debate? Well, there was a physicist, he's dead now, his name is Richard Feynman. He was an atheist. And he took all of the calculations that modern science had about the initial conditions of the universe, and he combined them all together into one improbability. And this is not disputed among scientists. This is not a controversial finding that he has come up with. He stated that the initial conditions have to be fine-tuned to 1 in 10 to the 10th power to the 123rd power. Okay? That is the bullseye that the initial conditions have to hit at the moment of the initial conditions of the universe. Now, I don't subscribe to the Big Bang, but for the sake of argument, we could call it the Big Bang, all right? That's the bullseye that it has to hit. 1 in 10 to the 10th power to the 123rd power.
And you only have one chance to do it, not
That's
an
right. You only
unlimited
they
amount.
have one event. But guess what? Guess what they're now advocating, Truth? Well,
Yeah.
gee whiz, maybe there's a myriad of multiverses out there. Do you know why they're proposing this? It's
Why?
because they want to avoid the obvious, right?
Or aliens.
No, it wouldn't be aliens, because aliens would be a part of the time-space continuum.
Okay.
Well, the obvious is that it was designed, and a designer would strongly suggest a creator. And so, you see, now they're positing that there are multiverses. But wait a minute. I thought that people who are scientists had to have evidence for things that they believed in. Now, here's a YouTube video that you should check out. It's not a Bible thumper. The guy's an atheist. His name is Leonard Susskind. He's a world-renowned physicist. He's in the class of somebody like Stephen Hawking. You go onto YouTube, type in Leonard Susskind, and then type in a closer look. And there's a very brief, maybe 15, 20 minutes interview with him of him trying to account for the fine-tuning of the universe. Why are we here? And he said, well, chance is totally absurd. We can just throw this out the window. And then he says, then there comes the issue of God. And he goes, but physicists and scientists really just don't take religious explanations all too seriously. And he said, you know, maybe someday we're going to discover what the precise mechanism was that fine-tuned this universe. Just like Charles Darwin figured out that we evolved. But you see, the reason why he's adopting this view is because he's appealing to the theory of evolution. But guess what? You know what the problem the theory of evolution has? The same
no.
problem as the initial conditions of the universe. Because you have to have random mutations accrue over millions and millions of years that are beyond a conceivable astronomical improbability for there to be an ever-increasing genetic information and to have evolution. So you see, this idea that science has a slam dunk argument that purely mechanistic forces can account for why we're here, it ain't the case.
So essentially, your argument is the chances of this specifically happening is so very slim and so unlikely, so therefore God.
No, that's not the argument.
No, what we're
Maybe
saying.
I misheard. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's not a problem. Highly improbable events happen all the time, and we don't attribute agency to it. All right, that we can agree on. But when a highly improbable event occurs, and it has very powerful meaning to it or functionality, we human beings infer the overwhelming majority of time agency. I could give you a clear-cut example. Did you hear my illustration from the lottery?
Yeah.
Front and Chewy?
No, I did not.
Well, let me give him another one, and I promise you it'll mirror your example. Let's say you were walking down a path. You see the path in front of you, and then you start 3 yards. You walk down the path. You see a pile of 3 rocks, and then you walk 3 more yards, and then you see a pile of 6 rocks, and then you walk 3 more yards, and then you see a pile of 9 rocks. And then you walk 3 more yards, and then you see a pile of 12 rocks. Every 3 yards, you see the increase of rocks increase by 3, and then you keep doing this until you get to 300 rocks. Every 3 yards, the rocks increased by 3, and by the time you got to 300 rocks, you just see that there was a pattern of an increase by 3 every 3 yards. Now, if you were to conclude how that result came to be, would you conclude that that more than likely happened by way of non-directed chance, or would you conclude that more than likely happened by an agent?
Yeah. So that's a good illustration. So when we talk about
Agent.
when we talk about highly improbable events that are combined with something highly meaningful or functional, we virtually always infer agency that is behind it. Okay. Now, why is it that many scientists today are not inferring God? Well, it has nothing to do with science. It has everything to do with what their metaphysical worldview is. They want to believe that the material universe can account for itself. And that is very, very problematic, even from a purely scientific point of view. And the general public in the world has been fed a bill of goods that scientific investigations can give us an account that is highly plausible that purely mechanistic or chance forces can account for the reason why we're here.
Hey, I will start booting people if you keep making random noises while the man is talking. If
Well,
if
if he
Antonio
wants,
says it,
Yeah,
if he
yeah,
wants,
I turned his volume down, but
okay. Well, if he wants to mock me, why doesn't he just step up to the plate and offer a criticism to what I'm saying?
right. But if you feel like he needs to be booted, Matthew, I give you more than the authority to do so.
But you see, here's the problem, okay? Skeptics will criticize people who, for example, are Christians like myself, where I presume that the Christian God exists and he has created the world that they're in. But you see, the skeptics themselves have a whole series of presumptions themselves that they cannot justify.
I don't believe they're much presumptions as much as they're just pieces of evidence that have been gathered, from, like, for example, fossils. I'm just using this as an example, like looking at like fossils and stuff like that. And they're just taking different bits and pieces that we've discovered and just sort of like piecing together a theory of, why we're here, how did we get here.
But I asked you a question about my cat. What would you conclude?
Let me ask you this, Frenzy. Do you okay? And this may sound like it's a silly little question. Based upon what you said, it seems to me that you think that evidence is something that we can apprehend, right?
I guess it's a fair assumption.
Okay, good. Is rationality a necessary prerequisite in order for us to apprehend evidence?
I don't think I follow.
How would evidence be mentally apprehended or comprehended or concluded to without a rational mind? For example, suppose we had somebody who was truly insane and all of their reasoning functions were unreliable. Would they be able to apprehend or comprehend or come to a correct conclusion that something was evidence? The answer is no, they wouldn't.
Well,
right?
When you say they're insane, that's like that doesn't really explain what's really wrong with them. Maybe they could. You don't really know.
No. Okay. Explain to me how you can arrive at evidence if your basic reasoning functionality is unreliable. My point is simply this, and I'll shut up. All right. My point is simply this: is rationality is a necessary precondition to acquire or assert that something is evidence. And I'm getting to a point on here. So either rationality is a necessary precondition to acquire evidence, or it is not. And I'm asking you your view. Is rationality a necessary precondition?
I think that based on the fact that you touch yourself at night.
What?
All right, back to Truth Blood.
Okay.
Yeah, Matthew got rid of the troll.
He was just trying to make a point. He didn't
Nah,
mean to
he,
boot
he
him.
left. He left by himself.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Back to talking.
Okay, but when he says touch yourself at night, that seems like he was now trolling.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Just because someone says something doesn't mean they're a troll. I mean, like, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Was that one of like the weird guys who's apparently following you around or whatever? Because I heard you say that earlier.
No. He's not one of them.
We didn't say just because someone says something they're a troll. We didn't say that.
Right. The people that I'm referring to are not merely trolls. They're stalkers. I used to be on Pal Talk a lot, and there's a bunch of these guys from Pal Talk that think that they're philosophical geniuses, and they think I'm an idiot, and they hate my guts, and so they just don't try to come on and refute what I say. They literally stalk me.
Right. Yeah, and that guy that Darwin caught in an obvious logical trap, and he pinned him to a corner. When he did so, he was clearly unable to challenge his point, and then he went to saying that nonsense, and then quickly left the room because he knew that he was going to be booted. So when they get challenged on their nonsense and they don't want to pose a serious counter argument, then they resort to these kinds of actions because they know what they believe and what they based on is ultimately illogical, and the only way they can deal with that is to mock and ridicule.
Yeah, and that's what happens. And then some of the Hangouts on Google Plus, you will find that a certain number of skeptics will only hang out in those Hangouts because then they can attack people in a hyena fashion, as a pack. All right? And they don't like to go into rooms.
Pack mentality.
That's right. They don't like to go in rooms where there's a level playing field, where someone like myself or people who are theists
Yeah, there's always going to be a level playing field in my house.
Get a fair shake. So Truth Blood, the Christian position that I take is this. In the first verse of the Bible, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Now, to a lot of people, they think that's just silly. But what that entails is that everything that exists is derivative and contingent upon the Christian God.
Oh, hi.
That would include logic and reason. That would include the entire state of the universe if it is the case that the laws of logic are universal and there is a uniformity of nature. But if we deny the Christian God, right, and we maintain a skeptic's position, how do we account that it is the case that the laws of logic, which are necessary for reason, are universal? How do we account and justify that there is a uniformity of nature?
Don't know.
The answer is they can't. It is impossible. So you see, without the Christian God, there can be no evidence. But you see, the skeptic's going to say, that's absurd. And you know why they say it's absurd? Because many skeptics have made up in their mind that there is no God. And then they conclude, but I can reason anyway. But you see, that's circular reasoning too.
And let me ask you something, Truth Brew. You seem like you're a young guy, like, right, but maybe 17, 18, 15?
I'm nowhere near that old, mate.
Okay, but you definitely seem like a young guy.
Yeah.
I don't care for you to say the exact age. I don't care for you to say the exact age, but there's a lot of young people like yourself who haven't heard these arguments. They're used to hearing these non-intelligent skeptics, these kind of internet infidel people who haven't had any deep training in logic or thinking of philosophy, kind of just, hear these pseudo-intellectual claims and regurgitate them over and over again. And unfortunately, reasonable people like you kind of directly or indirectly, absorb them in passing, and maybe subconsciously tend to think that they're solid arguments, and then when you find brothers like Darwin or Matthew or myself who have dealt with these sorts of things, that's something new to them. So,
So you're telling me that people influence him when he's young, and that affects his decision on things, right?
well,
It might not.
yeah.
All right, just wanted to hear that out of you. I was just confused for a second, but yeah.
Now, in the external chat, we have a statement by Atheist Ranger, and he says, "Wrong. You don't need to have a god to have logic and rationality."
Well, he could come in the room and prove it.
Sorry, I dropped my mic. How could he possibly know that?
I like to see him come in the room and prove it.
Well, yeah. Well, he can't. Now, it might be the case that nature is uniform. Okay, it could be what we call a brute fact. It just is, and it might be the case that the laws of logic are absolute and universal as a brute fact. But how would that ever be ascertained that it is the case from a skeptic's worldview? One would need to be omniscient in order to actually determine that that is the case. Okay? So he's basically saying that, oh well, we can be rational, but then you say, Mr. Atheist Ranger, since you don't believe in God, because there's no evidence for God, as most atheists will say, what is your evidence that the laws of logic are universal? Because you're going to need the laws of logic to be absolute, universal, invariant. They'll have to be true at all times and all places in order to have rationality. What is your evidence, Mr. Atheist Ranger, that that's the case? The answer is he doesn't have it. He just believes that it is the case. But you see, he's now being inconsistent because he's demanding evidence in order to conclude that it is the case that God exists, but he won't demand that there's evidence for the uniformity of nature.
Yeah.
So if
right.
the atheist and the skeptic are going to be consistent with their position, and remember, many atheists on the internet and around the world claim that they are champions of free thought and reason. Well, if they're going to be consistent, they're going to have to reject any belief that it is the case that the laws of logic are universal.
And the thing is, Truth Brew, a lot of different premises and arguments that you came in here on, you've no long you have changed a lot of those premises and things, and these are the people, and you've heard a lot, and I know where you're getting these arguments from, and Brother Darwin and myself have dealt with a lot of these people
You
who
have to
have
let them
told
know
you.
I'm Darwin.
Oh yes, the dude by evolution. His name is Darwin. That's what he can go by. But yeah, we have dealt with these atheists, for years, and we know where these arguments come from. And when you hear them over and over again, and you hear stuff like flying spaghetti monster god or magic god, or things like faith is just blind and all this other stuff. Of course, are you going to think Christian theists are not logical or not rational?
So I say to my critics, if you're going to tell me that you have the preconditions for rationality, Super, you want to mute your mic? Okay. If an atheist is going to say that, well, wait a minute, If a skeptic or an atheist is going to say, no, I can be rational without God, say, what is your justification for that? And what are they going to say? All they can say is, well, I think that my belief is reliable to a high degree. Do you know what that means? It means it's a guess.
You have something to say, Truth Brood?
No.
Now, the argument that I'm presenting is simply this. It's not an evidential argument, although I have referred to him. The argument is this. Without the Christian God, there can't be evidence.
Stop.
You know what? I would just eject him if he doesn't
Yeah, I'm
stop.
finna.
Look, if you're not gonna speak, dude, you gotta keep your
Sorry about
mic.
that. I left the TV on.
You're not sorry
Apologies.
about it. You've been doing it over and over.
No. I think he's legitimately honest, but you cannot
Nah,
allow it to be a consistent thing anymore.
he's been doing it and doing it and doing it, brother Antonio.
Did you get rid of him?
Nah, he left on his own.
Oh, okay, whatever.
He might be trying to fix a feedback problem.
You know, now many times skeptics will say, you know what? You just believe in God. You've concocted this sky fairy in the sky to make you feel good because you're afraid to die. Well, you know what? That ship goes both ways, because I can simply say this: you have rejected that there is a God, or you're resistant to it because you're uncomfortable about what's going to happen to you after you die.
Now,
I don't argue that way, but I'm just saying, you know, that ship goes both ways.
Now let me comment on exactly what you just said there, Darwin. Stephen Hawking said religion is for those who are afraid of the dark, and John Lennox said and countered to that, atheism is for those who are afraid of the light.
Yeah, that was a good counter. Yeah, well, Stephen Hawking said that philosophy is dead, right? Now, Stephen Hawking is considered to be a brilliant man. Well, what he doesn't know is the very foundation of science and empiricism is philosophy. If philosophy is dead, then science doesn't exist anymore.
That's
because
absolutely correct.
You have to have certain philosophical positions. For example, that that the laws of logic are universal, that there is a uniformity of nature, that the future will be like, not identical, but will be like the past, right?
Yeah.
So Stephen Hawking, in spite of the fact that he has an immense IQ, education, and is a very smart man, he has made a number of foolish things. And the Bible talks about that. It says, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And the reason why they became fools is because they knew that there was a God, because the Bible says that God has made them innately know it, and they turned and attributed to the material universe as the creator rather than the creator. So Stephen Hawking, as smart as he is, I don't think on Judgment Day that's going to fly. And by the way, Stephen Hawking said, because of laws like gravity, the universe can and did create itself. Do you know that is a logically incoherent statement? The universe cannot create itself.
I like Stephen Hawking.
Because nothing can create itself.
That's right. Whatever begins to exist has a cause.
That's right. So he can't say the universe created itself. I mean, it's a philosophically, he shot himself in the foot. Right?
Yeah, no.
So when
has ever been able to prove that a finite thing has created itself ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you, man.
So there are many excellent reasons to believe in God. The first and foremost one is simply this, that we know God exists because he said he has made us to know it. But the skeptical say, no, I don't know that. But you see, they don't know that they don't know it, because it could be the case that they are suppressing what they know. Okay? So the skeptic's position is not on solid rational grounds.
Agreed.
How about this? I have people say to me, there is no evidence for God. How many times have we heard atheists say that? We hear them say it all the time. Now, most atheists today don't assert that there is no God. They say, I have a lack of belief in God. But they'll say there's no evidence for God because they don't think that they have to defend that. But if one can say that there is evidence for God and that has to be defended, well, then so does the statement, there is no evidence for God. Both are claims about reality and require support. So when an atheist says there's no evidence for God, they either have to demonstrate what the evidence for God would necessarily be and then point out its absence. And if they can't, then they're not in a position to say that there's no evidence. But then if they say, well, no evidence has been presented to me, well, then what they have simply done is they have backpedaled furiously to change their claim about reality to turn it into a state of mind saying, well, I'm unaware of it. Well, that's not a claim.
That's right.
Now, if somebody wants to stand firm and say that there's no evidence for God, there's two ways that you could really argue for that. You could argue, you could give me an argument that God does not exist, and therefore, because God does not exist, the universe cannot possibly be in a causal sequence from God. Or you can tell me, Mr. Skeptic, by the way, I'm not talking to anybody in the room when I say that, tell me what did produce the universe, and by virtue of demonstrating that that is the case, God is removed from the causal chain because of that. Yeah. But nobody can do that either. So if they can't do either one, then what is the rational basis that they can claim that there's no evidence for God? Ah, that's right, they'll say God cannot be falsified.
Yep.
Well, if God cannot be falsified, and they want to claim that there can't be any evidence for God, then there can't be any evidence for not God either. Because if nothing can verify God, then the not God position is unfalsifiable too.
So no one knows.
Right.
Okay.
I wish I knew. Hey Shazam, what's cracking, boy?
What was that?
Oh no, I'm just talking to my mate because he just joined.
Yeah, Shazam's actually a pretty good thinker in this field too, so maybe he can provide some insight.
Yeah, sure. If you got anything to say, Shazam, go right along ahead, man. The floor is yours.
Come on, Shazam.
Oh, Shazam, can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Hello.
What? What are you doing? So Shazam, we're having a debate.
If you're trolling, dude, no, I ain't got time for that. Either you're gonna participate in the discussion, or you're not gonna be in my room.
I don't think he can hear us.
Yeah, he's having difficulty.
Alright.
It's really funny sometimes because he can't hear us and he just acts like an idiot because he can't hear us.
Whoa.
No, it's because his speakers are really bad. So
Yeah, it's not intentional.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously he's not gonna intentionally scream into his mic or anything.
Alright, well, anyway.
Yeah, so Truth, but let me ask you this question. Let me ask you
Yeah.
just a little silly question. Does something exist?
I don't know.
Really?
Well, yeah, it might exist, it might not.
Okay, so nothing exists, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that seem like a rational conclusion?
Yeah, we don't exist and this conversation don't exist. Would you say that?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, so I think we can all conclude that saying that something exists is a reasonable starting point.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And in our experience, everything that exists that we observe has a cause, right?
Wait, what Shazam?
In other words, we don't observe anything that is non-contingent, right?
Do it, Shazam. Go ahead.
Wait,
I think he's
Shazam,
trying
what were
to
you gonna
talk.
say?
Man, we can't even hear you, man. You might have to come in and out the room to reset.
Yeah, reload the
Yeah,
room.
turn up your mic.
I hate God.
What in the world?
I hate God.
Wait, what do you say?
Oh, okay.
What? What? What?
Okay, I'm ready to kick this dude out the room.
Wait, Shazam's dad. Shazam's dad. We're in a debate.
What in the world is going on here? If somebody don't tell me what's going on, he's getting out the room.
I have no idea what's going on, man.
No, legit.
Oh,
This
I'm
isn't.
not sure.
No, this isn't even like a regular. What? What are you even saying?
Shazam,
It's
what?
like the speakers are like a
it's
regular
that-
occurrence, but like, cause usually like when he joins a call, the speakers are like messed up and his mic goes all quiet. But I don't know what he's saying.
And Matthew has mod control too. So if he kicks somebody out the room, then he can. I don't care. That's his decision.
He said he hate God.
Yeah, no, he just said I believe in
Just
God.
said I believe.
Well, you can rewind the video. I heard.
It sounded like he said he hate God to me. That's what it sounded like.
No, I mean just now. He was
Well, that
walking
just
away.
kind of seems like an irrational thing to say. If
Okay.
like you're just gonna say I hate God and then you're just gonna say
Rewind the video.
I believe in God right after.
What
No, I
video?
can understand why you'd
we
think
fools?
that.
Are we fools, or have we been children before? I think I've been a child
I'm
before.
a child now.
What? What did you say?
I said I'm a child now.
No, I'm talking about Shazam. He said something.
Shazam, what? You're really broken up, buddy.
Well, forget all that nonsense. Do you have any questions, Truth Brood?
You don't call our friend nonsense.
Where did he go? You just made him leave.
I said
He
forget.
booted him.
I said forget all that nonsense. I didn't say he was nonsense. Dude.
Oh, okay. I think he just crashed or something.
Yeah, an error occurred.
What happened to Multi?
I don't know.
I think he just left.
I think the same thing happened.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make, since something exists, either something...
Okay, what?
Sam, why are you muting my mic?
What do you?
He left anyways.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so truth, since something
Yep.
exists, then something must have always existed to account for what does exist, or something came from nothing. Well, nothing doesn't have any properties or attributes. So at least if something always existed, it would have properties and attributes, whereas nothing would not. So the most rational explanation is that something has always existed. Now, once we go down that road, either something is beginningless and has always existed, or there's an infinite regress of cause and effect, right? You
Yeah.
say, well, how could something always exist? Well, the reason why people raise that question is because they're reasoning based upon their experience, that in their experience, they haven't ever observed something always existing because they couldn't. It wouldn't be possible to do so because you would have to be eternal yourself. So they reason that because everything that they observe around them exists is caused by something else, people conclude, well, doesn't everything have to have a cause? Well,
Yeah, but who made God?
Okay, well, nobody made God. Because you
How
see,
did God exist then?
I'll tell you, because God is what we would call a necessary entity.
Right.
A necessary entity is something that exists by its own nature and does not have a cause.
And let
Now,
me.
Yeah, I got the gist from
give me 15 more seconds, okay? Right?
Alright.
If you reject the idea that there is something that is a necessary entity, that it exists but does not have a cause, then you're going to have to believe that everything that exists has a cause, and you will have to embrace that there is an infinite regress of causation.
Yes. In other words, he's saying if you're going to ask what created God, then you're going to say what created that, what God created him, or what created that person, or what created that person, and so on, into an infinite regression of explanations to the point to where you wouldn't be able to really explain anything because you would be infinitely trying to explain what was created infinitely into the past.
Yeah. Like, well, have you heard of this guy called Chris Carberry? He basically like provides arguments for everything you're saying. It's like he made this video. You should check him out.
What's his name?
Chris Carberry.
And
could you put in the side chat the spelling of the last name?
All right.
Yeah. Look up Chris Carberry.
And the
he's actually a really cool dude.
Yeah, and the thing is this, you don't need an explanation for the explanation.
So why does the Big Bang, like, or something from nothing need an explanation then? Because I understand the whole
because
necessary entity thing. But,
okay,
like, then
well,
how did God become to be?
Okay, okay. Let's say we reject the idea that something has always existed that is a necessary entity, right? Let's say we agree and we reject this. Then what you're left with is two explanations for reality: something from nothing, or you have to believe in an infinite regress of causal sequences. Now that is untenable. That cannot be, because somebody call 911. Somebody call 911.
Wait, Sammy, you're right.
Yeah. So truth. Your only real option to account for reality is either something is a necessary entity that produced the causal sequences that we see, or there's an infinite regress of causal sequences. But an infinity of causal sequences cannot be true, and the reason why is an infinite distance cannot be crossed over.
Okay, yeah. I get what you're saying.
So there has so the fact is, of those three options, the best explanation is that something has always existed and is a necessary entity. Now, at this point, someone's going to say, well, why does it have to be God? Well, it doesn't have to be God, but God is a better option, because God, being a necessary being, would possess a mind and intelligence to make choices to bring about the initial condition of the universe. If you reject that, then you have a necessary entity that would either be static or dynamic. If the necessary entity that is not God and does not have consciousness, if it was static, it would never change. On the other hand, if it is dynamic, it would be changing in infinity. And so that doesn't work.
Speaking of static, Shazam!
And we still don't have a fully well understood explanation on how gravity works.
Why?
But do you need to have an explanation of gravity works to know that there? Do you need to have an explanation of how gravity works to know that there is gravity and that it is, excuse me. You need to have an explanation of how gravity works to know that there is gravity and that it exists.
Oh man, that was brutal.
I mean, I can understand what you're saying.
Yes, you don't always need an explanation or something to know that something exists or that something is the reason why certain things happen. You don't
Right.
need an explanation for the explanation.
Yeah.
And you
Or
see, the reason
Yeah,
the
man.
reason why there are so many skeptics and atheists today is because of Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin said, "You know what? It wasn't
I
a
swear he was a Christian though.
no, he wasn't.
Oh.
No, he was a materialist.
Oh, okay.
Early on in Darwin's life, he might have had a nominal belief in God. In fact, he was even going to be studying for the ministry in Great Britain, and he came from a long line of what we would call Unitarians. They didn't believe in certain Christian doctrines,
Right.
but as time went on,
Oh man.
as time went on in Charles Darwin's life, he became increasingly skeptical, and he even identified himself as a materialist. A materialist was a type of atheist in the 19th century. You see, in the 19th century, to openly proclaim that you were an atheist was utterly scandalous. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So people who were actually atheists in the 19th century, because they wanted to be politically correct and did not want to be scorned by people in society, would refer to themselves as an agnostic. Now, he did make mention a couple of times in The Origin of the Species, he made a reference to Creator, but that was probably only done to appease his wife, who was a theist, and to appease the general public, because his idea was a radical idea that we really didn't need a creator or designer for all the complex life. So Darwin was not a Christian, and he was more than likely an atheist toward the latter part of his life.
Alright.
But the reason why I mentioned Darwin is because now when he came up with a seemingly plausible explanation that we don't need no stinking designer and we can explain it by purely materialistic and mechanistic processes, this has provided atheists with intellectual fulfillment. If the consensus that the theory of evolution happened were to be overthrown tomorrow, then the number of atheists would plummet, because they would therefore wouldn't have an intellectual justification, because many atheists are atheists because they believe that materialistic and mechanistic explanations, not only for our biological existence but for the material universe, can account, and therefore their attitude is, we don't need no stinking God.
Alright.
So you should have a totally new perspective on how to approach the God debate and the God question.
You see,
Yeah.
if God is defined as a necessary entity, then you really can't launch a substantive objection to that, because if you do, you will have to attack the idea of a necessary entity. And you'll say, but how could there be an eternal mind? Well, just because we don't understand how it could doesn't mean that it could not be. And anything that necessarily exists would have its necessary properties and attributes. And if something could be a necessary entity without the properties of a consciousness and intelligence, a necessary entity could also be conscious and intelligent as well.
Alright.
essentially, it's, the point is this: atheism is untenable.
That was a good breakdown, evolution.
Yeah, that was very, very good, man.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yep.
Now, I don't like to go down the psychoanalytic route and say, well, people are atheists for psychological reasons. But I do believe what the Bible says, that the reason why people reject God is because they know God, but they suppress what they know in what the Bible calls unrighteousness. And I think
That's right.
I think I think that we have overwhelming empirical evidence for the sinfulness of humanity. If anything could have overwhelming evidence, it's the sinfulness of humanity.
Yeah.
Amen.
And so at the end of the day, when somebody says, "Nope, I'm not going to believe in God until you prove it," well,
Wait for it.
you got
Wait for it.
to. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I was talking to someone else. I apologize.
Okay.
I had to come back in, and my mic was unmuted.
No problem. I lost my train of thought. What was I just saying? If
The
they
next
say,
time someone says,
yeah,
"I don't want to believe in God,"
right. If they say, well, you know what, I'm not gonna believe in your stinking God because you tell me he revealed himself in the Bible because that's circular. Well, guess what, Mr. Skeptic out there on the internet, everything that you believe is circular as well. Because everyone, in order to believe and assert that anything is
Fuck you, Texas, and fuck you, Lone Star Bears. Fuck that fucking Elmo.
okay. So when a skeptic says, no, unless you prove to me that
I
God,
got rid of them.
yeah, everybody has to have a final authority as to what is the nature of reality. There has to be, right? And if it is the case that the Christian God exists, then he is the final arbiter. Reality would be what he says it is because he is omniscient. But if somebody says, no, I'm sorry, I don't accept that, that's circular, then I say, Mr. Skeptic, what is your final arbiter and authority that determines what the nature of reality is? Do you have evidence for your final arbiter, Mr. Skeptic? And the answer is, the skeptic does not.
No, they go to mocking and playing music and muting people and low tactics.
Yeah, trolling, mockery, insulting, um, just all sorts of just morally depraved tactics. I mean, when you left in a realm without God, that's literally ultimately all you're left with.
See, evolution or Darwin, he's breaking it down even past
Hello,
my
Steph.
vocabulary, but I get what you're saying, and I'm trying to catch up to you too because you use such uh, you know a big vocabulary. But I get exactly what you mean, and you taught me some stuff a lot since I've been watching you recently.
Well,
And people
it's really not complicated. It's Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. What that means is the Bible is not arguing for the existence of God. The Bible is assuming, it is presuming the existence of God. Nowhere in the Bible does it argue for the existence of God. Right? Now, in Genesis 1:1, and just don't, if you can remember this, it'll give you a great deal of confidence in the future in reasoning with attempting to reason with people. Genesis 1:1 states that God is the origin of everything. So if that's the case, that means that all existence, independent of God, is contingent upon the Christian God. And that includes logic and reason That would include the uniformity of nature, which would be necessary for science. But if that's denied, then all you have to do is ask your skeptic friend, do you accept Genesis 1:1? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the skeptic will say, no, it hasn't been proven. Say, good. Say, then tell me how you can actually have the capacity to reason. Now they're going to laugh at you because they think that they're rational. You say, good. Don't you need to? How do you justify that your basic reasoning is reliable? Well, you can't. You have to assume it in order to use it. You can't prove it. How do you prove that there are any absolutes? Okay, see here. Ask a skeptic this: do you believe anything can happen? And if they say no, I don't believe that anything can happen, say good. Then you believe that there are some absolutes. But you see, Mr. Skeptic, in your worldview, how would you be able to assert that it is the case in such a way that you cannot be wrong that there are absolutes? So you have to believe, Mr. Skeptic, that there are some absolutes, but that you cannot defend, you cannot justify it, you cannot give any evidence for these absolutes that you believe exist. Okay? Because if there are no absolutes, which would be a self-contradictory statement, if there are no absolutes, then reason and rationality go out the window because anything can happen. And that means truth can change. But if what is true cannot change, and by that I don't mean that it could be true it's raining one day and not the next. That's not what I'm referring to. But if truth is absolute, then how does the skeptic establish that anything is absolute from standing here on planet Earth? They have to appeal to a non-evidentiary basis for the presuppositions of their worldview. But you see, they've already committed themselves. I don't believe in things without evidence.
Hey, Darwin, what about the statement by William Lane Craig where he said the thing between good and evil, you're reaching like into supernatural just to say something's evil or bad.
Exactly.
You're reaching into a bar that's basically a justice that we have, that we know about, and it's supernatural. We know what is right. We know what is bad.
From the Christian worldview, we understand that God has placed His moral principles into us innately, into our hearts, and this is what the Bible declares. But the atheists and the skeptics reject this, so they believe that their morals are just an evolutionary descent. Well, you see, we've evolved this way for our species, for our survival. But you see, there's nothing binding or obligatory about social morals or social norms whatsoever. So when a skeptic or an atheist says something is bad, that presumes that there's something that's actually a standard of the good. But how do you demonstrate that there's a standard of good? What do you do? Is it by a vote count? Is it by the majority of human beings? So
that's very true.
Okay. And so the Christian worldview actually makes more sense. That the reason why an atheist moralizes all the time is because God has placed certain moral principles into our beings as human beings innately. And so they will moralize even though they deny the existence of God. But they will reject that. But if they reject that, they say good. Then whatever you say is good or bad has no more substance than you telling me you like chocolate ice cream and you don't like vanilla.
I like strawberry better.
Honestly, I like butterscotch. It's really nice.
Yeah. Well, evil cannot exist without
And
God.
it's great.
I'm lactose intolerant.
Poor
What
you.
was, what was that, Xander?
He said I'm lactose intolerant, so.
Yeah, no, continue.
No.
All right. You posted a link, Xander, that gives you said it was an interesting look on religion, but what do you think of Christianity?
That's a good question. I'm personally agnostic. Like, I'm not gonna try to disprove religion until I have facts.
Okay, Xander, I'm going to ask you a question here. Let's test your worldview.
Okay.
How can you prove or disprove anything given your worldview?
Good question. I honestly don't know.
Okay, now if the Christian God exists, he has created the world in an orderly way. Even though it is deteriorating according to his plan, he has created what we would call the uniformity of nature. And because there's a uniformity of nature, you can trust that your brain, unless it's diseased or defective, is going to operate regularly. All right? Now, if the Christian God has made us to innately know certain things in such a way that we cannot be wrong, like, for example, the physical world around us is real as opposed to an illusion.
Look, I'm breaking the laws of physics right now, so it just kind of proves that nothing's real.
Nice try, dude.
Well, here's the deal. From your viewpoint, Truth, as a skeptic, you can't actually refer to the laws of physics.
Exactly.
Because the laws of physics is a philosophical concept that the future will be like the past. And science cannot tell you about the future. Science can't even tell you about the present, because science has to assume the uniformity of nature in order to justify that your memory is correct from what you saw 10 seconds ago.
Hey Darwin, before I get out of here, man, did you say Leonard? What was that one dude's name?
Leonard Susskind.
How
Now,
do you spell his last name?
Susskind, Susskind. He is a skeptic or an atheist, but it's a great interview from a skeptic's point of view, affirming that the universe is fine-tuned to an incomprehensible, literally incomprehensible level, and that the idea that chance produced the initial conditions of the universe is an absurdity. But because he rejects God as an explanation, because he's probably a materialist. But it's called Leonard Susskind, and you go onto YouTube and look for where it says "A Closer Look," and it's a great interview, even though he's a skeptic.
Does it give you a closer look?
Well, that's the name of the TV show.
No, but he's just asking if it lives up to the hype, if it lives up to the name.
No, the name of the TV show is called
Yeah.
A Closer Look, where they examine science and philosophical questions.
Yeah, but does it give you a closer look though?
It gives you a closer look dealing with they interview people who are experts in all different fields, and since he's an expert on physics, it's a closer look on the nature of physics as it relates to the initial conditions of the universe.
All right.
That's amazing.
Yes.
So you see, the reason why I'm a Christian is not because I want there to be a sky fairy in the sky. It's not because I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me when I die. I would much prefer that when we die there'll be nothingness.
That would be
Because
so sad.
because in the Christian worldview, there is not nothingness. There is judgment day awaiting us after we die.
Wait,
But
like the Undertaker, so it's like,
Not worse.
oh dude.
But you see, there are compelling historical reasons to conclude that Jesus Christ was who he said he was, that he rose again from the dead. Now, skeptics will disagree, but the overwhelming majority of historians throughout the world recognize the historicity of Jesus Christ. Now, they may not agree that he was God manifested in the flesh. They may not agree that he rose again from the dead, but they certainly accept his historicity. And his historicity has to be explained. And what is pretty much largely accepted, although there are some exceptions, is that he claimed to be the very Messiah of the Old Testament, and he claimed to be God manifested in the flesh. Right? And several days after he was executed, dozens and dozens and dozens of his followers were utterly transformed and overturned the Roman Empire with the message that he had risen from the dead.
That's right.
Now, if it is the case that God raised Jesus Christ from the dead, that would explain this historical phenomenon. But if it is not the case, are we to believe that these people overturned the Roman Empire in a few centuries merely based upon a myth or a legend? Now, it certainly is possible that myths and legends can grow even to large numbers. Like take, for example, the Mormon Church or other myths and legends. But it's not likely that people, especially devout Messianic Jews within the first century, would have been easily led to believe that somebody rose again from the dead when they didn't. And the people who were propagating this idea, they either knew that they witnessed him rise from the dead or they didn't. If they knew that he didn't rise again from the dead, yet they were proclaiming that he was, did they abandon their Messianic Judaism? Okay, I mean, all of the alternate explanations, other than that Jesus Christ rose again from the dead, simply do not make sense historically. And I don't care one way or the other. It doesn't matter to me whether it's true or not. What I do care about is what actually happened. And when I personally, other people are going to disagree, when I look at the historical evidence, I have to side on the side that the best explanation is that Jesus Christ rose again from the dead.
I thought Jehovah was Jesus.
What was that?
I don't know.
What'd you say?
It's an inside joke.
Are you an atheist, dude?
No, he's a Catholic. No. He's a Catholic.
Okay. But did you learn anything here, Truth Brood?
Yeah.
Yes.
We all learned something.
Good.
Yes, RJ.
I learned a lot more than in RE at school, because they don't let you do debates in RE because it's all PC bullshit. It's
Debate
a
is
bunch of PC
good.
bull.
Debate is very healthy.
Absolutely. When you talk to Christians like Evolution and myself, I guarantee you'll learn a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when talking about the subject of atheism and Christianity and whatnot, than you will ever in a public university. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, because the difference is the public universities are biased towards Muslims, and if you say something wrong about Islam, the Muslim will get mad, and then the 18-year-old girl that thinks she knows everything will get mad because you dare insult a minority. You know
That's
what I mean?
called, in America, we call that political correctness run amok.
That's
right.
right.
It's PC bullshit. That's what it's called.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Now, some people say, well, why does it have to be the Christian God? Why not the Muslim God? Well, let's take
Because the Christian
claims.
God, like, right? I don't
Let's
believe in God myself, but though I've come like closer to doing it now. But
okay.
like, I would much rather believe in the Christian God than the Muslim God, because at least then I wouldn't have to kill all apostates. Stuff like that's just
That's
tight.
good.
Yeah. Listen. People think that these radical jihadists are just being radical. No, they're not. They're just being consistent with the Quran. You know. But let me
Yeah.
just say this. Let me just say this, truth, blood.
Yeah.
Since something exists, something has got to be eternal. An infinite regress of past causes does not fly. Right? So something has to be eternal to account for your existence and my existence.
Yeah.
And if it is not an eternal mind that has the capacity to initiate the initial conditions of the universe, then we have to ask ourselves, then is it an eternal entity that doesn't possess a mind, and that it is infinitely dynamic? Well, that would be the same problem as an infinite regress. So you see, at least from my point of view, and I'm biased, God is actually the best explanation of why anything exists at all.
Yes, there cannot be an infinite amount of finite things. There cannot be an infinite amount of past events. Otherwise, we would not get to today, because you'd have to traverse through infinity to get
Right.
anywhere.
Yeah, let me give you an illustration that people can comprehend this. So, truth, blood. Suppose you and I all of a sudden we become immortal.
Wait,
Well,
hold on. Could you remove Kenneth Gaming 1 Roblox? Like, he keeps muting my friend for no reason. So could you like kick him,
Yeah,
please?
yeah.
And he's not. It's not like he's really contributing anything to the conversation either. So
I'll tell you what. If you do it again, I'll get rid of you. So you
That's
better
fair.
be careful.
Very fair.
Hey, be careful.
okay, so the
he
reason
just
why
did it again, I think.
the reason why an infinite regress is not possible is because imagine that you are immortal and you get into a spaceship that has unlimited fuel, and you're going to go from planet Earth to planet X, and the distance between planet Earth and planet X is infinite. You will never arrive at planet X.
Hey, Benno.
So that is an illustration. That is here's another troll.
He's my son.
Yeah.
Well, Ben has always been cool with me. He's never trolled me. He
Yeah,
trolled
well,
you.
he's written lots of trolling remarks, but
I'll be
that's
right back.
okay. He's not a stalker, so don't worry about him. This idea of an infinite regress is not tenable. So there has to be something eternal to account for our existence, and an entity that is internal, that's properties and attributes include consciousness and intelligence, is a better explanation than an eternal entity that does not possess consciousness and intelligence.
Can I just quickly say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I've been talking way too much.
Yeah.
No, I'm not judging you, but I'm just saying. Multi just messaged me to let you guys know that he had fun talking with you guys about all this, and that he appreciates your time.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome, man.
The problem with the stuff I've said, the problem what I said is, the older skeptics become, they become hardened in their thinking, and they become very resistant to these very rational arguments that I have laid out. Okay? And so who wants to think that they've spent 10, 20, 30, 40 years being wrong? And you see, we have to when we look ourselves in the mirror, we have to be careful that we can be victims of our own pride.
Wow.
And here's the thing: it's easier. I can't remember the exact saying, but it can also be said in this way: it's easier to mold clay than it is to mold iron. Children are like clay. adults, older
Hey
people
guys, I'm back.
are like iron.
Yeah, well, think about this. Think about this. If the idea of God did
Wait,
not
Anthony, he muted my friend again for no reason.
Wait,
Could you kick him,
no,
please?
I'm not muting him. What
that's
the fuck
Varg.
is
I
going
Well,
on?
muted
well, here's the thing.
Just remove them.
If somebody was muting,
Oh wow, that's well me.
wait. If somebody was muting people, the message would come up and I would see it. I'm not seeing any messages come
I'm
up.
seeing it.
No, I'm not even muting him. I don't know what's going on, man. What? I didn't do that.
Oh, okay, never mind. I have an
Okay,
explanation.
now I
I
see
was
the
muting
message.
myself. I was
No, no,
muting
no, no,
Oh
no.
myself.
no, it's a glitch. It's a
Yes,
glitch. He's
glitch.
muting
Yes.
himself. It's like
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Let me quickly explain. There's this glitch on Hangout where people can mute themselves and it'll say someone else muted them. This happens all.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's
All
fair.
right. That's cool. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the point. Go
So
ahead,
what was
Darwin.
what was I just saying? Got to remember, I'm an old fogey, so I lose my train of thought.
I'm 5.
Well, you asked the question, Xander. What was it?
Did I ask you a question?
Oh, I know what I was saying. I'll keep it brief. If the idea of God did not include accountability or a future judgment, there probably would hardly be very few atheists. That's my opinion. Because then God would just be no really different than any other eternal cause, other than it just happened that eternal cause of the universe possessed the attributes of intelligence. But that intelligence isn't going to judge you. Why would they? See, people who object to the existence of God, they really don't object to the idea that there's something that's eternal that accounts for why we're here, right? Because if you do, then if nothing is actually eternal, then you only have two kind of really silly options: something coming from nothing or an infinite regress. So I personally conclude the reason why people, for the most part, are atheists is because they don't like the idea of God, because God necessarily conveys the idea of judgment.
That sounds fair.
That doesn't count for me.
What?
You look like
That's not my
Kylo Ren.
position
Shut
as
up.
an atheist.
Okay, so what is your position?
No. I didn't say all atheists. I said this was my opinion. Why many atheists hold to the position they do.
Now, do you think the God concept, or at least the Christian God concept, is illogical?
Is he logical?
Yes.
Yes, Kylo.
Wouldn't say that necessarily. I would have to hear the concept, but based on the general concept of God I've heard, I would say it's illogical.
Okay, Bennett, could you tell me, are there prerequisites for rationality and logic?
Prerequisites.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the universe exists in a certain way, and that would set the prerequisites.
By the way, could you get like closer to your mic? Your mic's a little bit weak.
Yo.
I can hear his mic fine.
Okay, so
Is that better? Or?
Bennett, if you think God is logical, then correct me if I'm wrong. You think that logic and reason, therefore, is contingent upon something other than God, right?
Yeah, as I said, the universe. The universe is a certain
Oh,
way.
okay, good. So let me ask you this question: do you think that anything can happen?
Yeah.
As in anything, as in possibilities.
Spider-Man can happen.
It's a very simple question. Can anything happen in your worldview?
As long as it's logically possible.
I know. You know what? I don't mean to be rude. Can you fix your mic or whatever? It's still kind of a little hollow.
I can hear his mic fine. He said, as long as it's logically possible. That's what he said. I can hear him just fine.
If you open up Hangout Toolbox,
No, I don't think you're really understanding my question. Because if anything can happen, then that necessarily means there are no absolutes.
Does that mean Spider-Man is real?
No. So Bennett, do you understand? If anything can happen, there are no absolutes, and if there are no absolutes, there's no logic. So
Yeah,
do
but
you
I'm
think
saying
that?
anything that's logically possible can happen. I mean, to say that,
No, I didn't ask you that question. I just asked the question: can anything happen?
oh, so that includes things that are not logically possible.
Can
Right. Can
anything
anything happen?
happen?
Can anything logically possible or
No,
impossible
no, no,
happen?
no, 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 no. The question is, can anything happen?
All right, let's stick with that.
Well,
Can anything
that's.
happen?
Oh no, well that seems a bit ambiguous.
That's
No, it's
not an
not.
ambiguous
Because what do you
question.
mean by
No, it's not
anything? What's
ambiguous. What it means is the question.
okay?
What the question means is,
Sure.
if there are any absolutes, then if there's even one absolute, then it means that not anything could happen because that one absolute cannot change.
Can
So,
let
so
me ask,
either there are some absolutes or there are not. If there are no absolutes, then anything can happen.
hey,
If it is the case that it anything cannot happen, then there are some absolutes. So, Bena, do you believe that there are any absolutes?
let me ask him this. You have a campfire right in front of you, right? Do you believe that campfire can turn into $1 million in front of you?
No, he doesn't. He has a window.
Bina, do you
Do I
believe
do I think it's possible?
do you think a campfire can turn into $1 million in
Okay,
front of you?
so anything can happen in your view, right?
No.
Okay, good. So therefore, you believe that there are some absolutes, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. From your worldview, how would you demonstrate that it is the case that there are absolutes?
How would I demonstrate that there's
Wait,
absolute?
wait.
Yeah, rather than believing it. Okay, now you're a skeptic, right,
Oh,
Benna?
you're asking me what I. Okay, so you're asking me, do I
Yeah.
know it or do
Yeah,
I
before we
believe it?
go on, are you an atheist, agnostic, what?
Yeah, atheist.
Okay, good. So in your worldview as an atheist, uh, are there absolutes? Well, yeah.
Antonio.
You think so how would you
Sure,
account
it's
or
based on how the
justify?
universe functions.
Well, how do you know that?
How do I know it?
Yeah.
What's the relevance of whether I know
Okay,
it or not?
did you just state that's how the universe works?
Yes,
Okay.
that's my
How
belief.
did you determine that?
That's my belief.
Okay, but you didn't determine it.
I didn't determine it.
Okay, good. Now
Sorry,
let me
I'm
ask.
confused.
Okay,
I thought you just
okay,
asked a
all right.
question.
I'll try to simplify for you. So you're an atheist. So
Yeah.
what is the reason why you don't believe in God?
The evidence that's been presented to me thus
Okay,
far,
so
or
there's no
where I've
evidence
been
for
searching.
God? There's no evidence
No,
for
it's
God?
sufficient evidence. I didn't say no evidence. I said the evidence that's
Oh,
been
it's
presented.
insufficient evidence. Okay, good. So since somebody infers that there's fine tuning in the universe, that a designer would be more likely than chance, you feel that that's an insufficient inference, right?
Say that again, sorry.
So that inferring that the universe is the product of design and agency, you feel is a weak inference, right?
You can see it, but I don't see how you get to the conclusion that a
Okay,
God's
okay,
being.
good.
You may see design. You can see design, but to then make the leap that.
Okay, good.
But here's the thing: if
Okay,
God
good.
were
Hold on a
to
second. Hold on a second. We're gonna wrap this up very quickly. Okay, so Benna,
Wait, by wrap it
what
up, do you mean like wrap up a sandwich?
what is your justification that there are any absolutes other than you believing it?
Bubblegum.
What are my justifications?
Yeah.
Uh,
How can you determine that it is the case that there are absolutes other than you just believe it?
uh, Well, it's just based on evidence, current evidence that I
Oh,
have.
okay, good.
My name
Okay,
is Jeff.
what is
And it's a
your
belief, so I'm not holding to
what
it.
is your okay? Good. Okay. Well, I know that you believe it. I'm not
Sure.
challenging that you do believe that. What my question to you is this: what is your evidence that the universe works a certain way?
Well, the inductive.
Ah, okay. So are conclusions based upon induction logically necessitated?
Can you ask that differently?
If you make
Necessitated on.
if you make a partial observation or a small observation,
Yeah.
are
Doritos.
your conclusions about the whole logically necessitated that you don't observe?
Doritos.
No, I can only base it on the actual observation, not on what's not observed.
Okay. So you don't have evidence how the whole as a bulk works, do you?
No, I just have evidence of some of it.
Oh, okay, good. But you don't. But you see, you cannot tell us logically that the whole that you don't observe works like the part that you do observe.
Correct.
Okay, therefore you have no justification that the universe works in a particular way.
I have justification of what I understand of it works.
Okay, if you were omniscient and you always spoke the truth and you told us how the universe worked, would that be justified?
Wait, hold on. Let me chip in for a second. Theoretically, yeah, if you knew everything that was true, and somebody said, "Hey, did you know it's true that you're not real?" If you didn't know it, wouldn't that mean that you're not
All right,
God?
you're muddying the waters here. Okay, so Bennett, if it was the case that you always spoke the truth and you were omniscient and you asserted how the universe worked, that would be a justification. But you aren't omniscient,
I
right?
don't think so, no.
Okay, good. So what is your justification that it actually is the case that the universe works in a certain way? Would you please stop that? Would you please stop with the bubblegum crap?
Yeah, don't interfere. If you interfere
Alright,
again,
my
you can kick
apologies.
out of here.
Yeah, my apologies, Bennett. Go ahead.
No problem. Evidence by induction.
No.
As I said.
No, you only have evidence of what you observe.
Yes.
So the only conclusions that you can make by an appeal to evidence is what you observe. So you don't have evidence about how the bulk of the universe operates.
Doritos.
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
you know what? You know what? Eject him from the room. Get rid of him.
Why?
Yeah. Dude.
No,
Wait, Darwin. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Never mind, he left on his own.
No, it just gets irritating after a while.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, that's
you know?
understandable.
He left on his own anyway.
Like it's
Let's
not
continue
very
on.
respectful.
Okay, so Seth, you don't have evidence for how the universe works as a whole.
No, I do not.
Excuse me, I didn't say Seth. I meant to say Bennett.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm really tired, and
No,
I'm in
that's
my
okay. I
50s.
understand.
I'm trying to answer your questions, but yeah, I think we've covered this. I've already admitted that I don't know the whole. I only know what I observe of the whole.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence for the whole.
I only have parts of the whole.
Okay, so
I don't
you
have
have
evidence of the whole. Correct.
right. So you have no justification that there are absolutes, do you?
I have no justification. So you're saying because I only know part of the whole, I don't have a justification because I don't know the whole.
Okay, so let me get this right.
So part of the whole could contradict the part that I know. Is that what you're saying?
It could.
Yes.
It could.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, it may.
Okay, but you see, here's the problem.
Sure.
You are being inconsistent. You reject belief in God due to, you claim, insufficient evidence, but you believe that there are absolutes due to the way the universe works, but you don't have evidence for the way the universe works. So why do you believe in something for which there's no evidence?
Because as I said, the evidence that I do observe that's what it's based on. It's not obviously based on something that I don't have evidence of. Or
No,
else,
no,
of
no, no.
course, if
Okay, what you have just done is called begging the question, right?
sure,
Now,
sure, I agree. We all do that. Yep.
okay, good. But the bottom line here is, if I told you that um, there are absolutes and there are logical absolutes, because the Christian God, who always speaks the truth, who is omniscient, revealed it in and through the Bible, and he cannot lie. Do you accept that?
Sure, I'll accept it as a definition, but
No, I didn't ask you if you accept it as a definition. I said, do you accept that is the case?
no, of course not.
Okay,
But
why?
irregardless if I do,
Why? Wait a minute. Why?
well, I just want to put a caveat on that. Regardless if I do accept it or not, the problem would be how do you then gain that information?
Would you agree, in order to determine the nature of reality, one would have to be omniscient?
Of the whole, yes.
Okay, good.
Of whole reality, yeah. I mean, I guess I've already
Right. So the point is this: is there has to be a stopping point. There has to be a final authority or arbiter of what is the nature of reality, right?
There has to be an arbiter. I don't know. That sounds.
Okay, well, good.
That sounds like an assumption we don't need to make. But you're saying there has to be a ground, some sort of
Wait,
grounding.
guys, I gotta go. Before I go, does anybody want to be in my rap battle? Because like I'm creating a rap battle, and I'm asking if anybody wants to be in.
Well, y'all can discuss that on the outside chat, man.
All right.
Thanks for coming, man.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So go back to your last two sentences, Benna.
I wasn't sure. Were you asking me about a grounding?
Yeah. I said to you, there has to be a final arbiter about the nature of reality. Otherwise, if there is not, then you can't state that anything is the case.
Okay, so a decision maker on what is the case.
No, there has to be a final authority that would speak infallibly. Because if that final arbiter is not infallible, then we're just left in just an abyss of beliefs.
Hey, Bina, do you believe that you are the final authority?
Wait, excuse me.
Yeah,
My
I guess that's what
apologies
we're
for
saying.
being
I
rude
understand
before.
what Dawkins is, what he's asking.
Yeah, I don't mean to be rude. Is there anything you can do to try to fix your mic? Plug it in, plug it back in.
I'll blame this iPad Mini. I'm sorry, unless you can turn me up in the actual Hangout, that'd be great. Appreciate that.
What?
If someone could turn me up who's got mods.
Oh.
I could try.
I might be able to do that for my own hearing of you too. I forgot about that. That's
yeah,
good.
you can do it in the Hangout toolbox.
Yeah. Okay, say something now, Benna.
Testing.
Ah, wonderful. There we go.
Excellent.
Excellent. Now I can hear you. Okay. So if there's not a final arbiter that would speak infallibly and truthfully and in an omniscient way, then anything anybody says is just speculation.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. So if I was to say, well, the universe is, we'll have some basic assumptions that we can learn of the universe, but the universe obviously can't confirm. It's not like a God that can speak or reveal to us whether what we observe and see is correct. It can't, it can't communicate to us in that way.
There's no
So
math.
are you saying that that's the problem? That if you have a God that can actually confirm
what I'm saying,
reality is?
What I'm saying to you is, since my presupposition is that the Christian God exists and that He has revealed to us the nature of reality, then we can know in such a way where we cannot be wrong. So we can state, for example, by the authority, the final authority, the Christian God from his revelation, that the physical world that we live in is actually physical and not an illusion. But if that's denied, if that final authority is rejected, then you're going to have to state that anything is the case by some other final authority. And what would that be?
Yeah, and didn't you deny that you were the final authority?
No, I wouldn't deny that. I mean, ultimately, I think it comes down to.
So you believe you are the final authority, right?
Well, looking at trying to look at honestly and logically, I think yes, it comes down to me, the mind that I know
Okay, good.
exists,
Okay,
is the
okay,
final
okay,
that looks at the
okay.
evidence that's presented and decides. But I mean, if you
Well,
say
by
you've
what
got a
means?
God that reveals,
By
sorry,
what?
Dawkins. What?
I apologize. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but on the other hand, if you want to have an external justification or a God that reveals, I mean, that's a claim in itself. How do we confirm? I mean, that could be the case, but how do we confirm that? I mean,
Well,
is it just
it would
necessarily so
it would
because
either
that's
be
the only way we can see it working?
it would either have to be self-authenticating, or there would have to be some other final authority. But how could you have another final authority that could confirm that the Christian God exists when, by definition, the Christian God is the final authority?
Exactly.
You have a flat face, dude.
Yeah, look, I understand what you're proposing, but I'm just trying to think, how can we actually confirm that?
Well, you said logically. I don't know how you can be in possession of rationality given your worldview. Because in order to have rationality, the laws of logic would have to be absolute and universal, right? And there would also have to be a uniformity of nature. Do you have evidence that the laws of logic are absolute and universal? And do you have evidence that there is a uniformity of nature?
Well, again, only based on what I observe. I mean, like you say, I'm not omniscient, so I can't tell you whether the laws are going to change in the future. I can only believe that they are based on the
Do you,
evidence that we
do
have.
you, do you have evidence that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
I don't know how many times I have to answer this. I mean, I'm being pretty honest. Based, as you would understand, my position would be no, because I'm not omniscient.
Okay.
It's
Okay, good.
an inductive claim, so I can't say
Good.
it's
So why
absolutely
are you
absolute.
being arbitrary then when you believe that you have possession of rationality? When you believe that the laws of logic are universal, when you don't have any evidence for it, and when you
Well,
don't
did
have
I say
evidence,
I didn't have any evidence?
can I finish? All right.
Absolutely.
It seems to me that you are being arbitrary, and in this sense, you say you don't believe in God because there is insufficient evidence, so you don't believe in God. But you believe that you are in possession of rationality due that the laws of logic are universal. But you have insufficient evidence that that is the case.
Right. What evidence do you have to back that up, sir?
Good
None.
question. I mean, I've probably said it 2 or 3 times, that induction based on how the universe works. But I
No,
would not claim that
induction.
it's absolutely the case because
You're
Induction
I'm
is
not
begging the
not
omniscient.
evidence.
question.
Hold on a second. Induction is
One
not
Evolution
second.
evidence.
false.
Okay, induction is not evidence of
Evolution
how the
false.
whole operates.
Evolution
Correct.
false. You have a flat face,
Why are
dude.
we going around in circles?
Okay, well, what I'm saying to you is this. You do not have evidence that the laws of logic are universal. You don't have any evidence for it.
So in order to have evidence that they are universal, I'd have to know everything.
Yes.
Okay. And
So
because
you are
you have a presupposition that God exists, therefore you have knowledge that the
no.
laws of logic are absolute and universal.
Okay, no, that I think you kind of um, let me state what my position is.
Sure.
My position is not that I can assert that the laws of logic are universal because I presume the Christian God. That is not my position. My position is I can assert that the laws of logic are universal because the God who created this universe, the Christian God, has given self-authenticating revelation that it is the case.
And how do you know that?
Because he cannot lie.
How do you know he cannot lie?
Because he is the final arbiter of the nature of reality, and he does so in
You have a
Revelation.
flat face, dude.
And how do you know that? Where do you get that information from? Is that something observed in the universe, or
In his self-authenticating revelation in and through the Bible.
okay? So it's been revealed to you through the Bible.
Yeah, and it's self-authenticating. Now, if you consider that circular,
Of course, and
okay,
so do you. Do you not?
okay, good. Then, is your basic reasoning reliable?
I'm
I
sorry
believe so.
to
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation about evolution. Someone just called you a flat face.
Well, I'm ignoring it right now.
Oh, that's probably me.
Okay.
No
So,
problem.
so Benna, everybody has circularity issues. Okay. If it is
Yeah,
the
I agree.
if it is the case that the Christian God exists as he is defined, he gives self-authentic revelation, and that is circular. If you're
Sure.
going to reject that on the grounds that it is circular, then you
Absolutely
have
not.
that. Okay, good. Now, here's my point. You claim that you can use logic. You can only
Yes.
use logic if there are logical absolutes. You
Sure.
don't have evidence that there are logical absolutes.
And your evidence is?
The omniscient, always truth-speaking revelation of the God who created the world that comports with the way his mind works, which are the logical absolutes.
Which is based on circular reasoning.
No, which is based upon his truthfulness. If you deny that, then you cannot reason about anything. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question.
How do we verify that?
Okay, let me ask you this. How do you verify anything, Benna?
How do I verify it?
Uh,
Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm just repeating your question.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd start off with basic axioms, and from there, I would gather evidence.
Stop. Okay, axioms. Are your axioms verified?
Hope not. Hope not.
So they're unverified starting points?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so and you don't accept my axiom that the Christian God has given infallible self-authenticating revelation? You don't accept that axiom?
Oh, I don't dismiss it at all.
Okay,
I
good.
just
Why should I accept your axiom?
You don't have to.
Okay, good. So basically, you're rejecting one axiom and you're putting another axiom in the place, and you can't justify that axiom, can you?
Yeah, all you're doing is cherry picking, dude.
In fact,
look,
what you're doing,
okay.
see, what you're doing is you're being arbitrary.
Okay. If you think I'm being arbitrary, but I would say
No,
that
I'm not being arbitrary.
I'm trying to say that I'm minimizing the amount of axioms that I start with.
Okay,
At this point, I don't see why God needs to be there, but I'm happy to be convinced.
Because without God, you have no basis for rationality whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'd like to see how that's the case.
Well, I'm waiting. Tell me how you can have a basis of rationality without the Christian God.
I thought you were going to answer the question.
No, I said I believe that you can reason. I believe I can reason, but that is by virtue of the Christian God and how he is and how he has created this world. Okay?
Okay.
Now,
all right, so my worldview.
No, because you see, in my starting point, can I finish?
No, I'm saying, yeah, go.
In my worldview, the Christian God is omniscient. He always speaks the truth, and he has revealed it to us in such a way that we cannot be wrong. Now, if you don't accept that, you could claim that the laws of logic is a brute fact. It just is. But you don't have any evidence for that.
I'm still waiting for the evidence of your claim to be whether it's true or false.
How can, okay, could you please explain to me how could there be evidence without the Christian God? You see, if the Christian God, okay, let me finish. All right, I'll be brief. I know I talk too much. If the Christian God exists, as he is defined and described, he has constructed the world in such a way that everyone can know some things. There could be evidence for some things if the Christian God exists, right, Benna?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, yeah, it necessarily follows. Deny the Christian God and tell me how you can have evidence for anything.
Like I said, so in your worldview, I know you want me to stay in my worldview, but apparently I can't.
You have to. You have to.
Well, am I reasoning now?
Yeah, you have to speak from your worldview. You don't have any choice.
But if I'm reasoning now, wouldn't I be reasoning from your worldview?
Well, you could temporarily adopt it, but then you would be conceding to my point.
Okay, so you're saying I can actually reason from my worldview?
You can't. It's impossible.
No. I just said, am I reasoning from your worldview now or from my worldview?
No, the reason why you can reason is because it's an endowment by God.
Okay, so I'm borrowing from your worldview.
Yeah, I believe you are.
Okay, so in order to reason, I'm borrowing from your worldview currently. So if that is the case,
Not deliberately.
no, okay. Well, I'm picking parts out of it. I'm not sure how to explain it. If that is the case, then how do we confirm within this worldview that your claim is correct? That is, God is the required necessary starting point.
Because by definition, there cannot be any other authoritative or final arbiter.
So by definition.
That's right. There can't be. If you say to me, what would confirm that the Christian God exists? Only the Christian God could create a world by which he could be confirmed.
Hey, Seth, you better mute your mic. Wait. Seth, you better mute your mic, man, if you're not speaking. Otherwise, you're getting kicked out of here.
Planet Facebook, I just built the proto. Yeah, but no planet should be solo. I want to build.
Okay,
Yeah, again, I don't know how we can come to a truth just by definition. I mean,
well, here's
so
the
we're just
problem.
using analytic truths to come to conclusion.
No. Benna, you have already conceded that if the Christian God exists, the necessary preconditions for rationality and logic exist, right?
I said it's possible, but how do we actually know that's the case?
No, I didn't. You're not understanding my question. I said if it is the case.
Okay. Yes.
If it is the case the Christian God exists, then the necessary preconditions for intelligibility and rationality do exist by definition, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, if you say the Christian God has not been confirmed to me, and I do not accept his self-revelation, then you're going to have to appeal to some other final authority. What would that be?
How would I even know if it's been revealed to me?
The Christian God has already made you know that he exists, and the only reason why you think that he doesn't exist is because you are suppressing that which he has made you know, and the only way to realize that you're doing so is to repent and turn to him. Now, of course, that sounds like foolishness to people who are skeptics. From their worldview, it would be foolishness. But you see, if you reject the Christian God, then there is no means by you have whatsoever to reason about anything. You have no foundation for reason at all.
The question that I asked about how do I know, and you said that he has revealed it. No, I'm asking how do I know, not what God does.
No, God, you know that God exists. You're just
How?
suppressing. God has done it two ways. If you read Romans 1, he has made us to innately know and comprehend that he exists. And the creation itself declares the glory of God.
So we can know things innately.
You know God exists innately.
Yeah, so
It's
that's
not.
a yes.
It's not something that you went through a reasoning process. Just
Yes.
Now, if you don't accept that, then there's two alternatives. Either you are actually suppressing what God has innately made you to know, or you actually don't know that God exists. Okay.
Well, it's clear he's a materialist.
Okay, but if you're a skeptic, you can't even make that claim. You can't, as a skeptic, deny. I'm gonna make a statement here. Deny the Christian God exists, and then you can't state anything is the case. Try
just
it.
going back a step. Yeah, I'll get to that, but there was a few comments you made. Still on knowledge, you say it's innate. We can have knowledge that's innate that we don't go through any reasoning process.
I'm telling you that God has declared in his word that he has made all men to know that he exists. You can either accept or reject that.
Well, I neither accept or reject it. I'm trying to pick a side.
Yes, you do.
Pick a side based on the evidence.
You're an eight. No, I'm not presenting evidence to you.
Okay, logic.
I'm not giving you evidence. I'm telling you
Yes.
that you cannot even reason if the Christian God did not exist. Now, just pay attention. No, I should say that.
I understand, but can I respond to that before you?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So what I'm asking for, I understand what you're telling me, but what I'm asking for you is to actually explain that to me so it makes sense. I mean, just asserting it to me that you know certain things innately, Benna, that doesn't convince me either way. How do I determine the truth about you of that statement?
The way that you would be to repent and become a Christian.
So without believing in the God, I just force myself to repent to something
God
I don't believe in, and
says,
then I will believe it.
Okay, God says the reason why you don't believe is not that you don't know that God exists, is that you are suppressing what you do know.
Again, I understand the words, but I'm just trying to understand how that works.
Let me ask him a couple of questions.
Go, Anton.
One, do you agree with the theory of evolution?
Yes.
Okay, two, do you think the theory of evolution makes God unnecessary?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, but it is the theory of evolution is it does provide atheists with intellectual fulfillment, and those aren't my words; those are Richard Dawkins' words.
I mean, I know there's some Christians that hold that God got it started and evolution was part of it. So
yeah, well, those Christians contradict what the Word of God says.
Yeah.
Those professing Christians.
Yeah. Well, it's not really an area of strength of me.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So tell me, okay? You say you won't accept the Christian God exists until he is verified by something other than his claims. Right? Well, how would you verify something if the Christian God didn't exist?
How would I verify?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Can you ask that again? Sorry.
Well, how would you determine that anything is the case in reality? if the Christian, now notice I'm not saying you have to believe in the Christian God in order to have rationality. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Christian God has to exist in order for you to possess the necessary preconditions for rationality. Deny the Christian God exists and tell me how you have the necessary preconditions for rationality.
As I said, it's based on how the universe is.
Are you omniscient?
Again, no.
How can you state how the universe operates and that is the case?
Because it's based on the evidence that I'm currently aware of.
You don't
So
have
you're saying-
evidence
so you're
for
saying-
you don't have evidence for how the universe operates as a whole.
Yeah, so you're saying when you say is the case, you're saying as in absolutely.
When I say that it is the case, what I mean is that's how it actually is. Not what you believe, but that is what it is. That it
Can
is
it change?
true.
Can it change?
Can what change?
That which is the case.
Well, it could be raining today, and it could stop raining.
Correct.
But if I say it is raining, that statement does not change.
Sure.
Okay.
But that's not an absolute statement. That's a relative statement based on the conditions of the time.
Right. Truth. Does truth change?
Well, my position would be that it corresponds.
No. What is truth?
That which corresponds to reality.
And how would you access what the nature of reality is?
By evolution, maybe?
Well, based on the evidence that we currently have.
What evidence? Evidence of what?
Well, any evidence. I mean, it could be.
No. We're talking about the universe. You're talking about the universe. You don't have you don't have evidence of how the universe operates.
Again, but you're saying that as the whole, and I'm saying of the parts.
Okay, but you see, that's called an inductive argument. That's begging the question. That's begging the question.
Sure.
Okay, good. That's circular reasoning.
But that's not a problem. We already agree that circular reasoning is part of all argument.
Right. Don't you see the dilemma that you're in?
We're both in that position. We both admitted that.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Is that true?
Sorry, you broke up.
Well, you said we're both in that position.
We beg the question. Yeah.
That means you too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's called the tu quo que fallacy.
Yep.
Is it wrong? No, is it wrong?
No, it's a fallacy.
It's a fallacy, period.
It's a fallacy because you see, the only way that what you...
I'm not being hypocritical. I'm not saying I'm not doing
No. I am not accusing you of being hypocritical. No, I am saying that is what is called the tu quo que fallacy. When you say you are in the same position, well, the fact of the matter is...
That's not a fallacy if it's true.
No, yeah, but you can't... Don't you see the problem you're in now?
No, the point
No,
is...
I think you're misunderstanding the fallacy.
Okay, Antonio, let me explain it to him, and then I'll let you get in here. All right.
I was about to explain to him, but if you can explain it to him if you want, go ahead.
I'll be brief because you've been very gracious to me.
No, it's all good, man. Keep on talking. I like hearing you explain.
Okay.
You can keep going.
All right. Okay. So when you say you're in the same boat too, then you can't even say that. That's self-refuting. If you say you're in the same boat too, what you are now saying is that is the case. You cannot make any statements that something is the case. If you say you're in the same boat too, you can't even make that statement itself.
So you're saying any person that makes a circular argument cannot make an argument?
No, because God can, you can't.
But you said before that you're arguing with circular. When
God,
I said, how do you know that? You said because of
God,
the Bible.
God. Well, that's right, because only circular reasoning that is founded in the existence of the Christian God can actually, the Christian God existing, he can be the final arbiter and say, this is the nature of reality, and somebody says, how do I know that? Because he says, because I say so. And if they say, and how is it that you say so? Because he says, because I always speak the truth. And says, how do we know that you speak the truth? And he says, because I say so.
Yeah, but I'm asking about your epistemology, Dawkins. I'm not asking you
Right,
about
right. But you see, here's the problem. Here's the dilemma that you're in. If you accept the Christian worldview, if you repent and you recognize that the only means by which you can be a rational person is if the Christian God endows you by virtue of the creation. Otherwise, you cannot say anything. You can verbalize that something is the case, but you have no basis to justify that is the case.
It's still based on circular reasoning, right? How did you come to that? How did you come to that position that assuming God as your necessary foundation?
Because the only way that anybody can state anything is actually the case is by virtue of the Christian God existing.
And who makes that proclamation? The being yourself.
He did.
You make that proclamation, correct?
No,
Do you not assume your own existence first before you come to that conclusion?
He made the statement. He made the statement, and I am merely repeating what he has stated.
Which rests on your epistemology.
You see.
I'm confused. So can you explain?
I understand. Okay, listen. Don't get me wrong. I understand how foolish this sounds, but you have to understand that the Bible says very categorically, the preaching of the cross is foolishness unto them that are perishing. To say that the circular reasoning or the self-revelation of God is self-authenticating and is the final authority for all we need, for people to react and say this is foolishness is not surprising. And somebody could say, well, I could say that the flying spaghetti monster did it. But you see?
Yeah, sure, you can just swap out.
Yeah, you have to have a final authority. Okay? And so...
look, I understand. I mean, I think it's... Maybe you're correct. Maybe that's the case. I could even say, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But how do we actually get to that? How do we come to that conclusion?
The only way is to submit to the one who can create a universe by which we can say anything is the case.
Yeah.
There has to be a final say-sower, right?
Well, it seems that gets us out of the circle. But
that
would be fantastic.
No, it's not getting you out of the circle, because let's assume just for the sake of argument temporarily that the Christian God exists.
Yes.
The Christian God, when he speaks, it's circular. He says what the nature of reality is. And we say, well, how do I know that? And he says, because I always speak the truth. How do I know you always speak the truth? Because I do.
Yeah.
How do I know you're omniscient? Because I am, and I always speak the truth, and I told you I am. That's circular. And any final authority that has the means by which to tell you what the nature of reality is going to be circular. It's unavoidable. But at least the circularity of the existence of the Christian God would be the means, would have the properties and the attributes such as omniscience and omnipotence and revelation to provide you with the basis of rationality. Deny it, and you can't say anything. You can't even say, excuse me, I have hiccups. You can't even say, well, you're in the same boat too, because now you're making a truth claim about reality. And you can't do that. You could only make a truth claim reality if the Christian God exists. The evidence for the Christian God is without him, you can't say anything. You can't even say, I believe X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I think you understand that I understand what you're saying. And I don't, like, I don't know how to vocalize this. That could be the case. That could be. And I understand what you're saying, that because we can reason and have logic and maybe come to truths, therefore there has to be a God.
Well,
Or else we put it.
it's not. Well. Hold on a second. It can't just be any God.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that it's any God. I'll hold that it's the Christian God.
Right. You have to have a God who is omnipotent, omniscient, revelatory, and one that always speaks the truth.
Yeah, and again, that could be the case.
And right now,
in the
20,
how do we know that?
in the 20, you could only know that if you were given infallible revelation. There would
Which is innate
there's
knowledge. And we have no way to confirm innate knowledge.
no. It's not just innate knowledge. Revelation is far wider than just what God makes you know innately. It is also includes what we would call special revelation as well. Right? Now, if that's denied, if you say, how can I know that it's the Christian God? And the answer is simply this, is because without him you can know nothing.
Yeah. But again, how do we confirm that?
Because you see, you can't confirm something unless the Christian God exists.
I know, but do you not hear yourself? I mean, it just sounds like you just keep asserting it without actually explaining how it is the case.
I just explained it to you. Okay, look, Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created the earth. You know what that entails? That entails that everything that exists that is independent and distinct from God is contingent upon God. That means the laws of logic. That means the uniformity of nature. The
That's
existence of
interesting. Do you want
reality.
to talk about the laws of logic being contingent on God? Because that's interesting.
Yeah.
So you would say that the laws of logic are a reflection of God's nature?
Yeah, they're the way God's mind is and the way God's mind operates.
So they're not absolute.
Yes, God is an absolute, eternal, immutable entity.
The laws of logic are not contingent on God.
No, the laws of logic are the way God's mind operates. We're talking about the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. He then creates a world that is consistent and comports itself with what he is.
Okay. So could God have been any other way?
No.
It just sounds like they're mixing up the absolute laws of logic with the mind of God.
The laws of logic represent God's mind.
The reflection of his mind. Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
that's
a different. I guess you'd have a different definition of contingent because I would exclude mind, but God's mind's I guess different to human.
Okay, well then how would we quantify the laws of logic if they're not the way that God's mind operate and that the world comports itself with the way God's mind thinks? What would be the laws of logic then?
Yeah, I guess it puts the problem of if God is contingent on the laws of logic being absolute.
God is not contingent upon the laws of logic. God is contingent upon nothing except his own immutable properties.
Yeah, I understand. That's why from your perspective, the contingency would be wrapped up in God's nature. They wouldn't be separate. Because then you have the problem of who's the authority there.
God's not contingent. He's a necessary being.
Sure.
See, when I learned this from Scripture, it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning, and it's not a mind game. It's what the Bible has been saying for thousands of years, that the everything in creation is contingent upon God, and God is the only source for all the treasures of wisdom. And that includes all logic and reason.
Yeah, look, I think it fills in. I don't know. I'm not going to say gaps. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, but it answers some questions if that's the belief that you hold. You can point to a God and say this is where it all comes from, and this is where logic comes from. That's great. You know, if that works for you as a belief, but I just can't see it up and
No.
get
It's no. It's not a matter of whether it works for me. It's not because it, quote, makes me happy. By the way, is Antonio's screen messing up here?
I can't see it.
You got to stop presenting. Let's see. Stop. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That fixed it. It's not a matter of whether it quote works. It's the only means by which you can reason at all. Deny it, and you look. Let's put it this way: try denying the law of non-contradiction.
But I mean, that's why, Dawkins, I said earlier about the laws of logic reflect how the universe works.
Okay. That means the universe is uniform, right? That means that there are absolutes.
Well, no, as we both agreed that we know what, as far as we can tell, they hold.
No.
The example of the raining example that it's raining outside, and I said,
no.
Can
You don't know. You don't know how the universe operates. You don't have the No, you don't have the fog. Okay, right. Okay. With no disrespect intended, you don't have the foggiest idea how the whole of the universe operates.
But I don't need to know the whole to know some of it. We already agreed on that.
Okay. No. Wait a minute. In order to know something, it presupposes truth and rationality, right? Right? You're telling me that you know some things, right?
Yes.
Now, we can define know, and this is what a lot of people, the skeptics, do in Google Plus. You're not doing it, but they want to play word games with no. That's why I avoid using the word no. You could use the word no to mean strong confidence in a belief that you have, but it's still nonetheless just a guess. Okay. Yeah. So basically, when you say that you know how the universe operates, you're just saying you're guessing.
So yeah, induction you can only go so far, and you're just saying it's a probability, and you would call it a guess.
You can't even give it a probability, because in order to give it a probability, you have to have access to the background information, and you don't have that.
So I guess a likelihood's probability.
Yeah.
Based on the information that we have, can we not make a guesstimation?
No.
Based on the information that we have.
You can make a guess, but a guesstimation includes the idea of a probabilistic one. In order to make a probabilistic assessment, you have to have access to the background information. You don't have access to that.
Is that true though? I mean, like, say you've got an amount of information, and then you make a prediction based on the actual information that you have. Because obviously you can't make a guess on what you don't have. What's wrong with that?
If I have a box filled with 1,000,000 pennies, and one of them is marked black, I can give you a probability that I will reach in and grab either a black penny or a non-black penny, because I have access to the background information of the whole. If you don't have access to the whole, which would be the background information, you can't assess what the probability is.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, that makes perfect sense. If you're trying to have a probability of things you don't know, I mean,
So
that would be nonsensical.
you can't give me a probability assessment of the universe. You don't have access to it.
Of course not. You could only make a probability based on what you do know. That makes sense.
But that doesn't. Well, first of all, you can't even do that because assessing probabilities presupposes truth and reason.
Well,
Okay?
we can say we can say something like it's very likely or most likely. Why does truth come into it?
Reason presupposes certain preconditions, right? Now, those preconditions would include that the laws of logic are universal. And you can't establish that. A reason would also presuppose that there's a uniformity of nature. You can't demonstrate that. You can't even give me a probabilistic assessment that that is the case. All you can simply say to me is, wow, I've seen all of these consistencies. But you see, seeing consistencies does not logically necessitate that they will continue.
No, of course not. But again, it's based on what we do know. I mean, if that changes, then obviously
No,
we change.
you don't know anything.
Don't know anything. Are you saying because I don't know everything, I don't know
No,
anything?
no. I'm gonna be so bold as to tell you.
Awesome.
That you cannot assert that anything is the case. You can't even say what you do know.
Because
because because I am speaking from within my worldview.
Yeah.
I'm not bound to the limitations of your worldview. Okay, you see, within my worldview, I can state certain things are the case due to the infallible revelation of the living God. But deny that, you can't assert that anything is the case.
Can you give me one example?
Go for it. Try it. Tell me something is the case according to reality.
Oh, no, sorry, I asked you the question, Dawkins.
Okay, so what's the question?
Can you give me one example of something that you know is the case? That is absolutely the case. I guess that would not change.
The God of the Bible exists.
So are you just asserting that, or how do you come to that?
No, he said he did. He gave infallible, omniscient revelation that he exists. And in his infallible revelation, he has let us know that we innately know it, and those who deny that they innately know it are suppressing what they innately know.
Okay.
And if somebody says to me that's ridiculous, I don't accept that, I say fine. Then tell me anything that is the case in reality. Anything.
No, but you don't want your position. You don't want to. So your position is true because of other positions not being able to prove theirs. Correct.
My position is true because the only way that truth could be established is if the Christian God exists. If truth exists, then the Christian God exists. Deny the Christian God, then truth is not ascertainable. That's why Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes to the Father but through me.
So you believe it to be true. You don't know that it's true.
No. I know that it's true because God has given infallible revelation that it is the case.
Which ultimately will beg the question.
No, because you see, I'm not the one stating it. He did, right? And if you don't, then any final authority will be stating that they're the final authority. How do you get external verification for a final authority? Would you tell me that?
External verification. I mean,
right. Who's the final authority? Okay, who's the final? What is the final authority as to what the nature of reality is? How do you verify that?
As to what one believes the nature of reality is, or what actual
No,
reality is?
what is the final arbiter of what the truth is?
Of what one believes, or what the actual truth is? I'm
No, I
just trying
didn't
to
say
be really
believe.
clear.
I said what is the final arbiter and authority as to what the truth is? You see, truth and logic.
That is the case. It's not dependent on what one thinks of it.
No, reality is what God says it is.
Or reality is what it is. Yeah.
No, I didn't say that. Reality is what the mind of God says it is.
So you would say God could change reality.
Well, God can determine reality, yeah. But if anybody is going to say, if anybody is going to be in a position to say, this is what reality is, then it has to come from the mind of God. God has to be the final arbiter as to what the nature of reality is. Deny that, then you can say nothing.
Yeah. And again, I guess you're just saying God is saying reality is what reality is. I mean, what's the difference between you saying?
No, because God is omniscient. God, for example, can tell you, not only because he created the world, but he can tell you what has been going on in all times and all places ever since he created the world. He can tell you what the truth is reality if he so chooses to at any time or place due to his omniscience and his infallibility. Deny that, and any utterance that comes out of your mouth is gibberish.
I wouldn't say so. But
Is that true?
Is what true?
What you just said.
What did I say?
You said I would not say so.
No, I would say it wasn't gibberish if you understood what I said.
Anytime you open up your mouth, you're making a statement about reality.
Sure.
Good. And since you're not infallible and you're not omniscient, you're not in a position unless there is an infallible, revelatory God who has given you the preconditions and he has made you to know some things. Now, it's not incumbent for you to embrace that you know God exists, but it is incumbent that that Christian God exists that creates the necessary preconditions in order for you to know in such a way that you cannot be wrong that certain things are the case. Deny the Christian God, and whatever comes out of your mouth is gobbledygook.
Yeah, again, that could be the case.
And what could be the case?
It could be the case that God exists and he's required for intelligibility.
No, it's not that it could be the case. It's the only way.
And it's the only way because no other worldview has shown another option.
Well, right now, first of all, we're dealing with the Christian worldview versus skepticism. Okay? Now, if you want to argue, if you want to step outside of your worldview and have a conversion to another worldview other than skepticism, then be my guest.
What do you mean when you say skepticism? What are you specifically referring to?
Atheism and agnosticism.
Generally,
atheism and agnosticism, and deism.
So, skeptic in regard to epistemology, truth, morals.
A skeptic. I'm using the word skeptic to include deists, agnostics, and theists.
And what are we specifically being skeptical about? a personal
that the
revelatory God.
that the Christian God exists and He has constructed a world in such a way that you have the preconditions for rationality.
Okay. Isn't that not a healthy position to take until evidence is presented or a rational argument, coherent argument is presented to sway someone from that position?
Is what a healthy position?
To be skeptical. I mean, you don't accept just any proposition that gets presented. You think, well, I'm not sure about that. Maybe if you present arguments.
Are you skeptical that your reasoning is reliable?
Not to the point that I use it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Is your basic reasoning faculties reliable, or are you skeptical?
They're sufficiently reliable.
There's
definitely times when my reasoning's pretty crappy.
No. You're not understanding the question.
Okay.
I didn't ask you if your higher level reasoning could make mistakes. I'm talking about your basic reasoning. For example, we could assume that our basic reasoning is reliable, but we could say, well, wait a minute. I added up all of the numbers from the grocery store and they got it wrong. Or I added up and I added up wrong. But I would still be using my basic reasoning to determine that my higher level reasoning was incorrect. So my question to you was this. Do you assume that your basic reasoning faculties are reliable, or are you skeptical that they are?
No, I assume that they're reliable.
Well, don't you think we should be skeptical until it's proven otherwise?
No, because...
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence that your basic reasoning is reliable?
No.
There can't be.
And
no,
understand,
it wouldn't be a...
and real quick here,
starting
the honest thing to do, man, is to remain neutral, not skeptical. There's a difference.
No, you can't remain neutral.
Oh, I see neutral and skepticism pretty on par.
No. Either when it comes to your basic reasoning faculties, you have to either assume it or you're insane.
Yeah, I agree. I have to assume it. It's basic belief.
Okay, good, but you don't have evidence for it.
Of course not, or else it wouldn't be a basic belief.
Okay, good. So basically you're arbitrary then. You want evidence for God, but you don't want evidence for your basic reasoning. So that's arbitrary.
Well, what would happen if I needed evidence? What would happen if I needed justification?
Okay, so some things... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what would happen if we required further justifications for our basic beliefs?
Horrible feedback, man.
You can't have further justification. That's why they're called basic beliefs.
Where would it end if we? Did you say we can't have?
Properly basic beliefs in philosophy are considered unjustifiable.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And because if we would either end in an infinite regress.
Right.
Correct. So we all have basic beliefs as a starting point.
But okay, good. But the point is this: you're telling me that there are some things that you believe without evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, so why does God get held to a higher standard than your basic reasoning?
That's a good question. I would say
it's called arbitrariness.
Can I answer for myself?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay. I would say you would start off with the minimum amount of axioms required, and then you would add as you go on further and further axioms.
Yeah. So these are all beliefs without evidence.
Yeah. So you need the basic one, like I exist. You would say that's probably your first axiom.
No, that would be circular reasoning too.
Yeah, but that's okay. Informal fallacy. But we've already agreed that at the base of it, it's circularity. to circularity, but you have an external justification to get you out of
Okay,
this.
okay. So how do you decide what circular reasoning you will use and what you won't use?
Well, let's start with the first one. I exist. Do we
Yeah.
not have to first assume that before all others?
Are you using it like Descartes did? I think, therefore I am.
No, I could just say I experience.
Yeah, but you're still presuming that you exist.
Of course. Oh, yeah, I guess, it could be Descartes, and we can go down that path. I can't doubt it, so there must be an agent that's...
Well, I think therefore I exist is entirely circular.
Yeah, but I would just say I experience.
Okay, so basically you have a whole bunch of beliefs which you don't have evidence for.
Do you not hold that axiom?
That's a good question. Let me think about that. I think the innateness of the way God has made me to think actually is chronologically prior to any other assumptions that I might make about reality.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I kind of understand why you would say that. This has always been the problem for me, accepting the presuppositional argument. So this is cool if you can explain it.
Yeah.
Do you not first have to assume your own existence? First,
No, I exist is circular.
Sure, we both agree with that.
Okay, good. So could you please explain to me why some beliefs require evidence in order for them to be adopted and other beliefs not?
But I think you sort of missed the point I'm trying to make with the question. It's like you sidestepped it because we both agree it's circular, but I'm still wondering whether you actually still hold I exist as your first axiom. You said chronologically, no. You said the first God.
No, what I would say is that I don't start that way because that's not the way the Christian God has constructed my existence.
How can you not start that way?
Because the Christian God has made certain things that we know innate. So it's not a mere axiom that I just adopt. It's innate.
Sure, but you as the
just for example, God is not an axiom because God has made me know He exists prior to any of my reasoning. It's just innate.
Sure. Let's say you're not reasoning at that point, but there's this agent that holds innate knowledge that knows that God exists. Right. So that's you. You're this innate agent that knows God exists.
Mm-hmm.
In order for you to know this innate knowledge, you would have to assume your own existence.
No, He has made that innate that I exist.
Sure. But
on top of what He has innately made me know, I might have additional assumptions. But you see, we're really getting away from the point here. The real point.
I think this is a good point.
No, the real point is this: is either you affirm or you deny the Christian God. There's no neutrality here. Neutrality does not exist. Okay? Affirm the Christian God exists, then you have a basis to say some things are the case by virtue of the Christian God. Deny the Christian God, and whatever you say comes out of your mouth is Charlie Brown's teacher.
I like that penguin under the munch, whatever that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, listen.
Yeah, look,
it's really late. It's really late for me, and I should have gone to bed literally 3 or 4 hours ago, and I have to go. But I really appreciate your demeanor. You've been a far nicer person than I have in the conversation. I know I've interrupted you a number of times, and I apologize for that. But I immensely respect you for the way you conducted yourself. I'm so accustomed to people being a-holes on the internet. So kudos to you.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll have a chat with you some other time.
Yeah, and your responses and your dialogue with me has been highly intelligent as well. Okay,
Oh, thank you very much.
You know, and one other thing, he did in all of Benna's disagreements, there were never any sleazy or cheap tricks. Always he tried to keep it on a level intellectual playing field, and I really respect that.
That's what I like. I like when he comes to my hangouts.
Yes. I mean,
you're
what was
being too kind.
No, actually, I hit the nail on the head, because I deal with a-hole skeptics all the time that are sleazebag, and you didn't pull one dirty trick, not one sleazy remark. You were very polite, very respectful, and other than us disagreeing on certain points, I can't find fault with you. So. Antonio, thank you for letting me chat in your room. I'm sorry I probably well overtalked what I should have.
No, it's all good, man. It was a pleasure listening to you, man.
Yeah, invite me any other time you have a room open, will you?
Yeah, definitely, man. You're welcome here anytime.
All right, yeah, I'm sorry. I got to go to bed. It's way too late. I'm gonna be in trouble for staying up so late.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Can I
I'll
ask
talk to you guys soon.
a question?
Yeah.
Where can I learn more about this kind of argumentation?
Say that again?
Where can I learn more about the presuppositional argumentation?
Okay, go onto YouTube and look for the Greg Bahnsen, that's Bahsen, Greg Bahnsen debate with Gordon Stein. Bahnsen versus Stein, Stein debate.
Plain and simple, Bunsen slaughtered them.
I watched that. I'm just wondering if there are other people.
I would also check out Bahnsen's book, Presuppositional Apologetics. You could probably find it floating out somewhere on the internet.
Okay.
And there, you could also you might want to watch. A lot of skeptics will cringe when I say this. Watch Psi 10 Brugengate. Although he's a bit rough around the edges and he's a bit abrupt, but he is I believe, a faithful proponent of the presuppositional arguments and the biblical approach. Okay, if you watch as many lectures as you can, he doesn't pull any punches. He just, but if you get a copy, the presuppositional apologetics it's not an easy read, but that's a good place to start. And watch the Psi 10. It's SYE space TEN Brugengate. Watch many of his debates.
I have. Do you know if anyone has actually written out kind of like the syllogism or the, how should I say it, how you would draw this argument in the form of a diagram?
I don't know, but it could be summed up by saying that the existence of the Christian God is true due to the impossibility of the contrary. Deny the Christian God exists, and you have no basis for rationality.
Okay, and it's suppose someone said to challenge that.
Let them.
Are you asking me that if he's formed in a...
Let them challenge it. What are they going to argue? First, for the most part, you're going to be dealing with skeptics, not Muslims or Mormons. Okay, you're going to be dealing with skeptics. From a skeptic's worldview, they're not omniscient and they're not infallible, so they can't tell you anything is actually the case. They can't tell you that the uniformity of nature is true, which would be a necessary precondition for rationality. For example, in order to be rational, your memory has to be reliable of what you just heard 30 seconds ago in a conversation. Well, that presupposes the uniformity of nature. But the uniformity of nature is not something that can be observed. It's not something that can be tested. It can't be repeated. It is just simply an assumption. We can know in such a way that we cannot be wrong that the uniformity of nature is true by virtue of the revelation of God. Deny the Christian God, and you can only use inductive reasoning, which would be like, well, things have been consistent and we've never seen a deviation, therefore, but that's just begging the question. So the skeptic cannot argue for the uniformity of nature. The skeptic cannot argue that the laws of logic are absolute and universal. It might be the case that the laws of logic are universal, and it might be the case that the uniformity of nature is true. But the skeptic has no means by which he can assert that it is the case, that it is true, that the laws of logic are universal. They can't do it. And you see, this is the reason why the skeptics on Google Plus despise and hate a presuppositional argument.
I disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
But I don't want to keep you up.
No, that's fine. Benna, you're a cool guy. I was a little bit critical of when you came in the room, and I take it back. You're a good guy. Yeah. All right, I got to run.
Anyway, let me let you go. You gotta.
No, that's fine. I don't mind. You can. I don't mind if you criticize me when I'm gone. That's no problem.
All right, never the person.
Yeah. Yeah, check out the Gordon Stein debate with Bonson and watch it a couple of times. Greg Bonson just totally it was a technical knockout. Just totally he obliterated Gordon Stein.
I watched it. Yeah, it was good.
And Gordon Stein is no chump. He was a very powerful atheist defender. All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Thanks for coming, Darn. God bless, man.
What time is it there for you guys?
It's 3 where I'm at, so
Okay.
I'm about to go ahead and end the hangout.
Cool. All right.
All right. Good night, guys. Later.
All right. Thanks for dropping by.
See y'all.